evening and a good Tavach. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this fantastic evening. An evening filled with music, with song, with singing and dancing. A music celebrating a triumphant march to Oholei Torah's next stop on the journey. My friends, tonight what is happening is not just a celebration for the Shechuna of Crown Heights. It's not even a celebration for Chabad Lubavitch. It's a celebration for the entire world, for Yidden around the world, and for Yiddishkeit around the world. Because as we will see tonight, what happens in Oholei Torah and what takes place in Oholei Torah impacts the entire world. But in order to know where we are marching to, we need to know where we are coming from. Several days ago, I asked my father, Rabbi Peretz Greenwald, the Shliach in Long Beach, California, I asked him to help me with some memories from his time in Oholei Torah. Listen to what he shared with me. In 1974, Tafshin Lamed Daled, my father won a ticket from Kfar Chabad to spend Tishrei with the Rebbe. It was a magical experience the entire month, and my father was hooked, and he said, I need to stay in Crown Heights to be close to the Rebbe, but he needed a home. Oholei Torah took him in, and let me share with you some of the things that he shared with me. My father came from a large family where to say that they didn't have an extra dollar, that would be an understatement. Oholei Torah took my father in for the next 5 years without charging him or his family one penny. Every year, they gave my father a new suit, a new hat, a new coat. My father described to me the love, the warmth, the dedication that he got from Reb Michal Teitelbaum, Olav Shalom, who he remembers Reb Michal bringing in heaters to the Zal on cold winter days so that the Bachrim could learn easier. My father remembers the dedication of Reb Yosef Chaim Rosenfeld, so haben lange gesunde Jahren, Arichas Yom Shonim Teves. And my father remembers the sincere, the warmth, the embrace that he got as a 15-year-old kid. He told me that he remembers that one time he wasn't feeling well, and Reb Mendel Marazov, Olav Shalom, brought him soup to his room. He remembers Reb Avram Garlitsky driving him to the doctor another time when he wasn't feeling well. He remembers the love and the warmth that he got from Reb Pinya Korf, Olav Shalom, from Reb Yisrael Friedman, Olav Shalom, the Rosh Yeshiva. And it was this profound impact on my father that almost 50 years ago, when it was our time, he sent me and my 4 brothers to Oholei Torah to learn there. And my brothers who live in Crown Heights send their children as well to Oholei Torah. 3 generations, because of the tremendous, tremendous love, warmth, dedication that the Anhola gave to the Greenwald family. Indeed, some of you here tonight, it's already going on to 4 generations of learning in this tremendous institution of Oholei Torah. My friends, I said what happens in Oholei Torah affects the entire world. Oholei Torah is not just another yeshiva. There are many wonderful yeshivas where you walk in and there's a kol Torah and people are learning and the Bachrim are happy. Oholei Torah is not just a school. It's not just an institution. Oholei Torah is the beating heart of the entire Chabad Lubavitch. Oholei Torah is where the fire that you see, whether it's in the Bachrim that go on Miftzayim on Hanukkah, whether it's the Shluchim from around the world that were educated in Oholei Torah, whether it's the sincere smiles on the children from the Pitzalach, the 3-year-olds that walk in. Oholei Torah is a place that is truly the Rebbe's Moised. Not just because the Rebbe was Miyased Oholei Torah, but because it imbues and embodies every single value and every single hadracha that the Rebbe gave us. Today, 50 years later, there's close to 2,000 Talmidim that learn in Oholei Torah. I'd like to give a warm welcome to the Menahel Klali, who oversees the entire operation, the Ruchnius Dika Hadracha, from the kindergarten, the preschool level, all the way to Shir Dalid. Please give a very warm welcome to Harav Mendel Blau.
Agot Vach. Bruchim Habayim to all those joining us live and in person. Before we say a story, the minhag is that Motzei Shabbos by Melava Malka, we say a story of the Baal Shem Tov or Talmidei Baal Shem Tov, Tzadikim Shebechol Doir. Before we say a story, I would like to just say, tonight is not just a night where we are dedicating the Mesivta. Tonight is a night when we are saluting Chinuch. Tonight is a night where we're saluting the people that make Chinuch a success, starting with our dedicated mechanchim throughout the entire divisions. And I should say mechanchim and mechanchos. Everyone that comes in and gives themselves belev v'nefesh to the atzlacha of every single Talmud as an individual. Tonight is a night where we salute the students, the tremendous student body of Oholei Torah. Everyone talks about the energy of an Oholei Torahnik, and Oholei Torahnik l'shvach nidreshes, the power of an Oholei Torahnik. And tonight is a night where we salute our wonderful parent body. We could not consider ourselves more fortunate than the robust and committed and dedicated parent body that we are so fortunate to work with hand in hand. Yasher Koyach. There's a story, we're coming this week from Yutes Kislev, so we'll say a story of the Alter Rebbe on his journey in collecting tzedakah. It's well known that many of the Talmidei HaMagid were oisik in Pidyon Shvuyim. They would go around and help. In those days, it was very common. Debtors prisons, debtors arrests. When you owed money and you were taken hostage until you were redeemed. So the story is told of a certain chassan that was taken by the local government, and they wanted an enormous sum of money. The Alter Rebbe came to the town to help fundraise the money, and he sat down in a meeting, and they made a list. What is the game plan? How are we going to fundraise the 5,000 ruble? They came up with a list of different people in the town. The Alter Rebbe looks at the list, and he says, and what about the town's usher? Mentioned him by name. So they said, don't waste your time. This person doesn't give anything. This person was notorious. He had a history and a reputation as someone that when people knocked on the door, he would hear them out, but then he would take out a rusty copper coin and give it to them, basically worthless. And people, from being so insulted, would just throw it back in the face. So this person became like notorious. Just avoid him. Don't waste your time. So they tell the Alter Rebbe, he's not on the list because we have to do Pidyon Shvuyim. We don't have time to waste. The Alter Rebbe says, put him on the list. So they saw the Alter Rebbe's insistent, and they put him on the list. The Alter Rebbe said, I am requesting that 2 people join me in approaching and going to talk to him. So reluctantly, they joined the Alter Rebbe. As they approach the town's usher's house, right before they knock on the door, the Alter Rebbe turns to them and says, here is the deal. You're not going to say a word. You're going to sit quietly. They knock on the door. They're welcomed inside. And they're welcomed inside, takes them in, and he says, in what honor do I have tonight to have you? So the Alter Rebbe shares with him the plight of this chassan that has to be redeemed. And he says, and how much do you need? They said 5,000 rubles. So he says, sure. And he goes and he comes back with his, what was well known, his pouch that has that rusty copper coin. He gives it to the Alter Rebbe. The Alter Rebbe takes it graciously with a smile, thanks him for his ishtatfus in Pidyon Shvuyim, and gives him brachis and writes him a letter in acknowledging of this tremendous act of chesed. The people are astounded, and they're thinking to themselves, didn't we tell him, no, don't waste your time? Aren't we trying to raise 5,000? Aren't we trying to raise 5,000 ruble? This is what we're going to waste our time, but they kept to their deal. And they stand up and they start leaving. And as they're about to leave, he calls them back and he says, rabbis, come back in. I'm thinking I didn't give you enough. And he just says, wait a minute. He goes back and he comes back with 1,000 rubles. They are astounded. 1,000 rubles? No one ever got a penny from him. They take it. The Alter Rebbe takes it and again graciously thanks him. The Alter Rebbe starts leaving and the story is told that he calls them back again. And as they're about to leave his house, he says, I thought it over. I want to pay the bill. Give me five. I'm giving you everything. So as they walk out the door and they're mesmerized and they're wondering, what type of nest did the Alter Rebbe do over here? A person that never ever gave suddenly gives the entire bill. So after the door is closed, they tell the Alter Rebbe, was this a nest? How do you explain it? Says the Alter Rebbe, the Chazal tell us, mitzvah geireres mitzvah. When a person does a mitzvah, it brings an appetite to do another mitzvah. This person, in his entire life, never experienced the joy of giving, never experienced the joy of tzedakah, because when he pulled out that rusty copper coin, it was thrown back in his face. So he never once in his life experienced the tam of mitzvah tzedakah. Tonight, when he took that coin, he gave the person the tam, as they say in Hebrew, im ha'ochel ba'at yavon. With the food came the appetite. And he got him more involved and more involved. So l'chaim, for a night of giving, any amount, every amount is accepted. Tonight we are supporting Torah throughout the entire Lubavitch. L'chaim.
Yasher Koyach, Rabbi Blau. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at 75% of our $5 million goal. We're at 3,700,000 plus. We need you to give. We need you to give generously. We do not have time now for rusty pennies. We need you to open up your wallets. We need you to take out your credit cards, and we need you to donate big time. My friends, you are not donating simply to a maisid. You are investing in yourselves. You are investing in your children. You're investing in your grandchildren. You're investing in the Rebbe's maisid. You think it's easy to run an institution like this? The board works day and night to make sure that our children are given the best of the best. So tonight, we can make this happen. We're almost there. We're almost there. If you donated, think about it again. Give a little bit more. Encourage your friends to give. And my friends, we will make it by the end of tonight. We have a fantastic lineup for you, starting with two of our very own Lubavitch superstars. Please give a very warm welcome to Benny Friedman and Ellie Marcus.
Refuos nachas und Chei Freilach Lom mir dem Shabbos begleiten und gräten Nasude Gorshei Sitzen mit dem Malkes is Gorapera Bis spät in der Nacht Alle Chaim in Mann Mit einigen Gott zufrieden Es wird dort die Nacht Februar Freitag gehen die Kahin und schon seinen Malochim gekommen und sind Shabbos mit Teuro und Philo bis alle Nente zum Beure gewinnt und jetzt kommt die Woche zurück die Geld zurück zu der Welt man darf vom Koyach bei als was häufig geht, kijk maar snel. Wie al Tiro, Avdi, toy die Woch ist doch vergeben uns Schar Hoif machen heilig als was ist ledig zu machen von dem kleinen Welt hat ihr Lois Bonne heilige Zell mir schade sie gehen nur mir stehen grei dann was men darf und freilich hey ich bin der Shabbos Kumzitz na yestrem alle putzen sich schön sei reus und sei klein die Kopf ist mit bei jeden rein na yelem na yene shome es kommt zu gehen die Woche ist doch voll mit Verdruss komm Shabbos koidesh bist du balabos wie am Melech azoi und amal ke die Frau mit heuche Gefühlen kommen dann viele Heilig von ich zwischen Gott mit noch Zeit hat sie in jeden Kind die Schenkheit von dem die Chochme von dem wie euch der Beschäfer frichtsam mit dem wenn der Scham nicht auf Weg lost mir nicht men verstellt dir die Welt men bet sei noch do wie etliche schon men macht dir asu de macholim gor gute es muss von der Milave malto vet du men zu gehen doch mit Mesivta koil zolo es kommt schon in die Show Elio bet uns on Moshiach is do und hake wenn Moshiach wird sein die ganze Woche sein Shabbos dick fein gieß mir rein a bissal Wein L'chaim a gute Woche soll uns sein A gute Woche. Welcome to the International Kumzitz in honor of Oholei Torah. Please sing along wherever you find yourself.
Chosi, we ask the
tegale ya moinu moyo mehiro se khale tu schol ya mkhom bekoroy tegale ya moinu moyo mehiro se khale tu schol ya mkhom bekoroy tegale ya moinu moyo mehiro se khale I'm a because of the we are going to go hey no say khale oi tio te male me ya meile fikiria se melech ro yo was namle oi tio Malay me ya meile Fikiria as melechro Yo was nale Shakei te shavakei Besoi cham tvi Oye besei yo Rabana bovi Oy shakei te shakei Besoi Zareinu v'chasveinu yar v'kachoy v'chakoy chovim balo voylo Ay ama v'dil ben koi deshlecho voyl chatoy seinu voyim choy Zareinu v'chasveinu yar v'kachoy v'chakoy chovim balo voylo Yoy pono kitzel toy me Egrolo ke lo la goy me Yom mar shoy me Rosso boy ke Rosso boy ke ne bekam lo yilo La vedil ben koi deshlecho boy khatoy seinu Oyim khoy zareinu b'chasveinu yar bekachoy v'chakoy chovim balo voylo Elio anovi Elio atishbi Ay Elio hakilo adi ay 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 bim heiro yo voyeleinu bim heiro yo voyeleinu im Moshiach ben David Elio anovi Elio atishbi Oy Elio hakilo adi bim heiro yo voyeleinu bim heiro yo voyeleinu Moshiach ben David Moshiach ben David Shosil ishtalya Mishmei haravos Haish pokid al kol besoirois toivos Ish tzir nemo Le'yoshiv leibonim alovois Le'yoshiv leibonim alovois Haish shosil ishtalya Mishmei haravos So ish pokid al kol besoirois toivos Ay 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 Ish tzir nemo Le'yoshiv leibonim alovois Le'yoshiv leibonim alovois Elio anovi Elio atishbi Ay Elio akilo adi Mendovi Eliyahu Anovi Eliyahu Atishbi Oy Eliyahu Angilodi B'meira yom v'yeleinu yom v'yeleinu B'meira yom v'yeleinu Im Mashiach ben David Im Mashiach ben David Ishti shebi al shemoy nikrot Az l'cheinu al yodoi b'toiro Ishti shebi al shemoy nikrot Az l'cheinu al yodoi b'toiro Ashmireinu libi Soirot toivo b'meira Ay toitziyeinu Oy toitziyeinu Ya feel the oyera Ishti shebi al shemoy nikrot Az l'cheinu al yodoi b'toiro Ishti shebi al shemoy nikrot Az l'cheinu al yodoi b'toiro Tashmiyeinu mifi B'soirot toivo b'meira Ay toitziyeinu Oy toitziyeinu Ya feel the oyera Eliyahu Anovi Eliyahu Atishbi Hi Eliyahu Agila Vadi Everybody sing along B'meiro yo voyeleinu yo voyeleinu B'meiro yo voyeleinu Im Mashiach ben David La 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 Mashiach, Oy Mashiach, Oy Mashiach, Ben David. Benny, thank you so much. Big hand for Benny Friedman. We'll be right back.
Make your everlasting mark. Oholei Torah is building big, and we need your help. Make your mark in our children's chinuch forever. Dedicate a brick now in Oholei Torah's new building for just $36 a month for 10 months and be part of something big. Brick by brick, we are building. Zusammen.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please welcome to the stage our guest soloist for tonight, the star from Shir V'Shevach Choir, Yidel Trieger. Gam ki elei begeit salmove loiraro ki atoi modi Gam ki elei begeit salmove loiraro ki atoi modi Gam ki elei begeit salmove loiraro loiraro ki atoi modi ato imodi.
Was jetzt mit deinem Herrn Holly jetzt?
Das noch was die kleine Geschichte hat die Familie. Schön steht. Und das läuft eine Brache, Roma Binnen in Zeit. Adin Chodesh. Moment, was dann durch Nadine Bahal-Chol. Machiri Bati Sholona. Die sagen noch was Familie.
Al derlich sei eichet b'shas ha-klal und ha-zibur, teilt voneinander die Mitteln, was sie haben, und sie da verschiedene Sifim, verschiedene Sachen, in welche mit Abton, ist lechel reish, kommt zum Allermeisten und als Siker, die Inyoni, was sie seien verbunden mit Chinuch ha-Kosher und mit Chinuch Altaras ha-Kedesh bis zum Chinuch ha-Kedesh. mit der Erziehung von den Jungen, mit der Erziehung von den Kindern. Von seinen Kindern, von der zweiten jüdischen Kinder, die Kinder von der ganzen jüdischen Volk. Und durch wird echt versichert der Glück und der Sipuk Nafshi, die Zufriedenheit und dem Nuchas Anefesh von die, was teilen voneinander die Geld oder teilen voneinander die Stablus, wie Askonus, wenn sie haben einen ruhigen einen guten Menuchas Anefesh, einen ruhigen Leben, wissentlich. Hat voneinander geteilt in Asam in Nefen, zum alle Menschen hat besorgt, dem Chinuch HaKosher. Und das ist nicht nur eine, wie gesagt, früher eine Gseele, nur wie man sagt in Loschen Amische, das ist ein Investment, man legt da rein Geld. Oder die Stahlblus, was zahlt sich ist, kam upon im Kocho, wie gesagt, früher noch mehr, wie viele Eltern geben Kinder. Sehen Sie, geben sie nur die richtige Sache, in der richtigen Zeit, in der richtigen Maß, bekommen sie der Fundgufe, was sie wissen, als haben getan, eine gute und richtige Sache für Kinder. Bis als sie bekommen, nicht bepasst, Kiastin, wenn die Kinder wachsen ist, haben sie im Leich auf Naim, volle Häfens von Emes Nachas, von den Kindern, an der Erech Yomim wie schon im Tevis.
A Bacher in Mesivta needs an environment where there's always learning and there's always chayes, to be motivated, to always do the right thing.
The Bacham Kammer, they know they're here all day. It's a great cell. There's opportunities for them to do here if they need an outlet, but at the same time, this is their home. Like, this is your place until the end of the day. There's no thought about going anywhere else. It's all about Yeshiva.
Oholei Torah has a big kalch in what the Rebbe wants. There's always an extra chayes in the yeshiva, and they're always looking out to make everything better. The staff are always looking out to make everything better, and just improving every year. Everything's getting better and better, and it's just a good place to be. It just feels like home. I always feel like if I'm ever feeling that I have a problem or something, I can always reach out to a mashpia or a teacher, let them know what's happening. They can already feel it, and they come over to me and they ask me, "How you doing? How was your day?" And they'll find the problem and they'll quickly fix it.
This is the Lishkas HaGazis, basically, of the Lubavitcher, Yiddish, the Torah Welt, and the chinuch that we've received there. Myself, being an alumnus of Oholei Torah, being able to give that over. And as you get older and you meet other people, you realize that they don't necessarily always have that. And then you look back and say, oh, I guess that was ingrained in me. I was here. So you want to give that over to the Bacham as well.
Please give a warm welcome to Atamim Eli Mizrahi from Shir Beis Mesivta, who will share a Dvar Torah.
A gute Woche. In Parashas Miketz, Yosef interprets Parashas to mean that the 7 years of plenty, symbolized by the fat cows and the fat grain, will be followed by 7 years of hunger, symbolized by the lean cows and the shriveled grain. The 7 years of famine will be so powerful that they will swallow up and erase any trace of the years of plenty. As the story continues, Yosef then gives Pari advice on how to deal with the situation. Pari is blown away by Yosef's vision and wisdom and appoints him as Mishnah L'Melech, the viceroy of Mitzrayim. And the rest is history. The Mefarshim struggle with three major questions. A. Yosef was brought to interpret Pari's dreams, and here he is immediately giving Pari advice on how to run the country. Who asked him for his advice? Real Breitkite. Oh, wait a minute, that was last event. B. Pari was so amazed by Yosef's solution. It seems pretty simple that if you have 7 years of plenty, followed by 7 years of hunger, you should store away food for the hunger years. What was so amazing about Yosef's advice? And C. Pari was also amazed by Yosef's interpretation of the dreams themselves, which none of his Khartoumim, wise men, were able to think of. Yosef's interpretation seems pretty simple. When is there a lot of food? When there's fat cows. What does fat cows mean? A lot of food. Skinny cows? no food. Fat grains, a lot of food. Shriveled grains, no food. So why was Pari so amazed at Yeshua's explanation? And how come none of the Chartumim were able to think about this interpretation? At a Shabbos Farbringen in Tavshin Lamed Beis, the Rebbe offers the following explanation. The Chartumim, the wise men of Mitzrayim, did not think of Yeshua's explanation. They did think of Yeshua's explanation, but there was one detail that they could not explain. In the dream, the two sets of cows stood near each other. So there was a moment when the cows coexisted at the same time. And only afterwards did the lean cows swallow the fat cows. The Chartumim were not able to explain how you can have years of plenty and famine at the same time. This is where Yeshua's brilliance was displayed. When Yeshu proceeded to tell Pari how to prepare for the coming famine, he was not offering him some unwelcomed advice on how to run his country. Rather, the advice was part of the dream's interpretation itself. Yeshu understood that the coexistence of the two sets of cows contained the solution to the approaching famine. During the years of plenty, Mitzrayim must live with the years of famine, as well as though they were already present. Even while enjoying the abundance of years of plenty, Mitzrayim must experience in its imagination the reality of the upcoming famine, and each and every day store away food for it. If this system was implemented in Mitzrayim, then even during the years of famine, the nation would continue enjoying the abundance of the years of plenty. The 7 fat cows would be very much and alive even during the era of the 7 lean cows. This is what impressed Pari so deeply about Yeshua's interpretation. To begin with, Pari was amazed by Yeshua's brilliance being able to explain details of the dream that had evaded all of the Chartumim of Mitzrayim. But what thrilled him even more was Yeshua's ability to show that Pari's dreams not only contained a prediction of the future, but also offered advice of what to do. This lesson can be applied to myself as well as my fellow Talmidim. A Bacher will spend 7 years in Mesivta and Zal. These are years of plenty, when we need to gather, absorb, and store as much ruchnius as we possibly can, in a way of Mailim B'Kodesh. Oholei Torah places us right beside the life-giving river where all of our needs are provided for, both begashmius and beruchnius. Our Malamdim and Mashpiim see to it to give us personal care and attention, so each of the 7 years can be used to their fullest and provide the vital foundation to sustain us through the inevitable times of famine in our lives. Personally, I have just entered year 2 of my journey, and I am excited to be able to have the opportunity to spend my years in this new Mesivta building and take advantage of all the comforts and conveniences it provides. There is no doubt that this will allow us to be more productive in our learning and Hasidishkeit while also being able to relax and play in a safe environment. Looking forward to the future for my friends and I, we are filled with anticipation, and on behalf of the Talmidim here, and especially my dear classmates, I would like to thank everyone involved in Oholei Torah, especially Rabbi Levin and Rabbi Rifkin. A gute Woche and a freilichen Chanukah.
Thank you, Eli Mizrahi. Wow. I can tell this Mesivta is doing a fantastic job in raising the next generation. Rabbi Isai, those of you who are watching online, we are broadcasting this live, as Eli said, from the brand new building, the Mesivta campus here on Remsen Avenue. It's incredible to see, and I want to encourage the many hundreds that are here in the room today, right now, after the event, to please give yourself a tour of the campus. I saw on Friday, and I saw the many, the Talmidim that were learning in our Chava, after decades of this place, of the Talmidim learning on Troy in a Bakvetchta place. We're now here, and I want to give a big Yasher Koyach to Isaac Mintz, who oversaw the building of this magnificent campus. He also happens to be my nephew. We're very proud of him. It has to be mentioned, the Chved Achsanya, Rabbi Moshe Silman, who oversees, he's the Menal of the entire Mesivta. Thank you for welcoming us to this building, Reb Moshe, and for your tireless dedication and capable leadership of the Mesivta. We're growing. But those of you who are at home, you have to give. Give. The ticker's not going fast enough, and we only have a couple more hours. So please, invest in yourself, invest in your children, invest in the very best thing that is out there. We're going to have them back. They got started, both of them, in their careers, singing and being Mesameach Yidden in Oholei Torah, in weddings and bar mitzvahs, in the beautiful hall. But they're going to sing better if you give money. So please, give, because this is the very best thing out there. We're going to welcome back to the stage Ellie Marcus and Benny Friedman.
Late at night, in the soft candlelight, as it casts its warm glow on the pages, and the words that he sees are the secret, the key that has kept us alive through the ages. Why does he cherish the wisdom of old, then delight in its study each day? He knows only Torah can nourish his soul. Come listen and hear what he says. Vivosok beis Hillel, vos mein beis Shammai, robo farvos als du nit liabaye. Torah, without you I surely would die. Lulei soira vavoscho shashivai. Vos klert ravine, vos tracht ravash, pshat kementrek in eilig rash. Torah, you've given my spirit to me. Kivam kivam chisoti. As a nation in flight, we endured the world's spite and the sight of our precious books burning. We ignored our grief to the world's disbelief and never, no, never stopped learning. Why does he cherish the wisdom of old and delight in its study each day? He knows only Torah can nourish his soul. Come listen and hear what he said. We must keep Rav Chisda, Esevei Rav Pop, Seivu de Rambam, für dois Psak Haloche. Torah, without you I surely would die. Lulei soira vavoscho shashuvoi. Arishoin tzakashe, anachroin tzasvore, chochmas haboire, vos liegt in gemore. Torah, you've given my spirit to me. Kivam chisoni. remain with our faith yet sustained by our passion and love for this treasure. It's our link with Sinai and our Father on high, so we will keep on learning forever. Welcome once again to the official international Kumzitz Mlava Malka for Oholei Torah. Please eat something, drink something, and sing along.
והערב נאמר אוי השם אלוקינו סביבי סיירסך בפידו בפיוי שמחו בייס ישראל הערב נאמר אוי השם השם אלוקינו estivere soy rosejo ay befino befino y samcho beis Yisroel uy veni anachnu b'tzetzoeinu yamcho beis Yisroel Yohidei Shemecho Elohidei Seirosecho Liyishmo V'niyeh anachnu b'tzetzoeinu b'tzetzoeyam Yechovo beis Yisroel Kulonu Yohidei Shemecho
והערב נאמר ישם השם אלוקינו ויראי סיידסךו בפינו ופיוי שמחו בייס ישראל
והערב נאמר אוי השם אלוקינו estivere soy rosejo ay befino ובפיו ישמחו בייס ישראל
אוי ונהיה אנחנו בצאצאינו בצאצאי ימחו בייס ישראל כולנו יהודי שמחו ולא ידי סיירסךו לשמור
אוי ונהיה אנחנו בצאצאינו בצאצאי ימחו בייס ישראל כולנו יהודי שמחו ולא ידי סיירסךו
Moirai V'Rabbaisai, it is my distinct pleasure to thank my dear cousin Ellie Marcus and to welcome back to the stage star soloist Yidel Trieger.
Tzaru di leho Yoskin B'chever Sudi
Let's hear how we began for Yidel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome to the stage Levi Falkovitz.
Teva Hashem Eloi Kaini Es divrei soy raschu befini I befi yoi samchu Bais Yisru Bai Amchu Bais Yisru Ve'arevnu Hashem Eloi Kaini Es divrei soy raschu befini I befi yoi samchu Amchu Bais Yisru Amchu Bais Yisru ונהיה אנחנו וצאצו עייני וצאצו עמכו בייס ישרו גילוני יוי די שמייכו ולא ימדיים סיידוסכו Oy 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 ונהיה אנה מחני וצאצו עייני וצאצו עמכו אוי עמכו בייס ישרו גילוני יוי די שמייכו ולא Seirusechul Yishma Bais Yisroel Amchu Bais Yisroel Ve'adevnu Hashem Eloi Kaini Es divrei soy raschu befini
Amchu Bayis Yisroel Amchu Bayis Yisroel V'niyeh Anava Achmi V'tetu Ava Yisni V'tetu Ayamchu Oyamchu Bayis Yisroel While Iluni, Yoy, Dai Shemeichu, Veloim Daim, Soirusechu, Ligishma, Oy, 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 Venigye, Anava Machni, Vetetsu, Ava Yichni, Vetetsu, Oyamchu, Bayis Yisroel, Iluni, Yoy, Dai Shemeichu, Veloim Dai, Seirusechu, Lishma. I want to welcome back to the stage our kid soloist, Hiro Trigger.
Sashiru azoi Velando es b'nai Yisroel Yatu oikiz viluchem Es Sashiru azoi Velando es b'nai Yisroel
Oy 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 toiru hakdoishu is hanani bevakushu V'ava vaytzigir narot vidishu Oy 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 toiru hakdoishu is hanani bevakushu is hanani oy bevakushu Oh I see narrow big issue. Oy 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 oy. Doi no agno issue. Sanani bevakushu. Sanani oy bevakushu. Es hashiru azois Velando es b'nai Yisroel Oikiz viluchem
Es hashiru azois Velando es b'nai
Oy toiru agdoishu is not a me bevaku yo yo Toiru akdoishu is hamli bevakushu is namli oi bevakushu Ohoy
Toiru akdoishu
Toiru akdoishu Navavaisi Nagro big dikshu Oh yo 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 boy Toiru akdoishu is hamli bevakushu is hamli oi bevakushu
Close to 60 years ago, 10 boys in the first graduating class of Oholei Torah finished 8th grade. Now, where would they continue on to Mesivta? With the Rebbe's brachos, Oholei Torah's Mesivta was established in 1965 al Taharas HaKodesh. Rabbi Zusha Wilhelm was one of those first students in Oholei Torah. After getting married, he joined the Mesivta staff, teaching Bachurim with care and devotion. His love for Torah was contagious. After Rabbi Wilhelm was appointed head of Mesivta, he became a leader who innovated and motivated Talmidim. Each year, Rabbi Wilhelm's multiple Mivtza Torah campaigns encouraged Bachurim to master an entire Masechta, or the Rebbe's Haggadah, the Alter Rebbe's Shulchan Aruch, or a section of Likutei Sichos. Reb Zusha made the Kiddush Lubavitch when he brought the Bachurim to be tested by prominent Rabbanim. During his tenure, he also invited many noted guest speakers to Mesivta, like Rabbi Zinner and the late Reb Yisrael Friedman. With a passion for Pirush HaMilos, he authored an original Yiddish translation to the Siddur, encouraging Talmidim to invest in their davening. Using his gift of the pen, Reb Zusha translated many of the Maimarim studied in Mesivta into Yiddish as well. His sheets of Yesh Litmaya could always be counted on to intrigue a student with a unique Torah puzzle. One of the highlights of every Bacher's experience was a trip or Shabbaton with Reb Zusha when his Chayis made a lasting impression. Reb Zusha Wilhelm is also an important figure in Oholei Torah's legacy, one that will always be remembered. Tonight, as we celebrate the groundbreaking new expansion of Oholei Torah Mesivta, let's welcome the person who stood behind it all. With tremendous honor, please join us in welcoming a pillar of Al Taharas HaKodesh, Rabbi Zusha Wilhelm Shalita.
A gute Woche. L'chaim Eden. Simon Tov u'Mazel Tov. Yehi Lodel L'cho Yisrael. Amen. There's a question that's brought down in Sfarim. Why is a place of learning called Yeshiva? Yeshiva means sitting. There are other names for different sections of Yeshiva. Usually they're called the elementary Beit Sefer, but that's the house of Sfarim, of books. And then you have Beis Medrash. Beis Medrash actually means a place that you analyze certain passages of the Talmud. But Yeshiva, which is the general name for all the parts of the Yeshiva, sounds something, what does it have to do with learning? Sitting. You only learn sitting, you can't learn standing. Even more so by other yeshivas, not by Chassidish yeshivas, they learn standing by stender. By Chassidim, they learn by a table. So what does it mean, the name yeshiva, for a learning place? And an answer is brought down that the way of really learning is not a difference between sitting and standing. Yeshiva also means settled. If you're running around one place, another place, your mind is not settled, you can't learn properly. You have to settle down and then your learning will be a proper learning. That is the meaning of yeshiva of all departments. And the real way of learning is settle yourself down in a place, whether it's standing or sitting or any other way. But when you're settled and your mindset is in a way of yashvus, then you learn properly. That's yeshiva. So much so that Rambam writes in Torah that the original way of learning was that the Rav, the teacher, sat in the middle, and there was a half moon of Talmidim standing, and the Rabbi was sitting, and they learned. So there's no difference in sitting and standing. So the name Yeshiva stuck, not because you learn sitting, not because Chassidim learn sitting, and other yeshivas learn standing by stender. You have to learn the yashvus. You have to settle yourself in a place and then learn properly. I want to add to that word. Part of settle is not only the Talmidim and the teacher, the Rabbeim, and the Magashir, it's also the entire yeshiva. When yeshiva does not have its own place, they're not settled. They're not settled. Therefore, nod and nod. You have to move from one place to another place. Baruch Hashem, when yeshiva finds a place to settle himself in the way of yeshiva with yashvus, then everybody is with yashvus, everybody settles. The yeshiva in general, the Talmidim, Magashir, then all will be a proper yeshiva. I give a bracha to all the Talmidim and Magashir, many of them who are my friends, that to have a tzloche, especially now that you're not having a place which is a rented, it's all of your own. You should grow this yashvus, and your teaching and the Talmud is teaching, it's learning should be in a way of a settled learning, and that's the way the learning will continue and really delve into the Talmud's mind and heart for many years to come. And again, mazel tov to everybody. Good to work.
Yo vesamecho uvoreiches nachlosecho Murei, 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 murei benasri Murei benasri madu elo Moshiyo vesamecho uvoreiches nachlosecho Ay, murei, 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 murei benasri Murei benasri madu elo Moshiyo vesamecho uvoreiches nachlosecho Murei, 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 venasei, murei, venasei, madu elo Shio esamecho Murei, nachlosecho Ay, murei, 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 venasei, murei, venasei, madu elo Hey! Murei, nachlosecho Murei, 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 venasei, murei, venasei, madu elo Shio esamecho Murei, nachlosecho Yo, murei, 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 venasei, murei, venasei, madu elo Ayo, for us the young of Kidmo. Ayo, for us the queen of Anegdo. Ayo, for us the young of Kidmo. Ayo, for us the queen of Anegdo. You for us, for us, for us, for us, for us the young of Kidmo. So queen of Anegdo, young of Kidmo. So queen of Anegdo, the young of Kidmo. So queen of Anegdo, young of Kidmo. So queen of Anegdo.
foratsta. Hayo, foratsta. Hayo, foratsta. Hayo, foratsta. Hayo, foratsta. Hashem Motzei Shabbos Sabeinu Raboy Kerchastecho Neranenu V'nismecho B'chol yomeinu Neranenu V'nismecho B'chol yomeinu Neranenu V'nismecho B'chol yomeinu yomeinu Neranenu V'nismecho Hay v'nismecho B'chol yomeinu Neranenu Hay v'nismecho B'chol yomeinu Neiro v'lavodecho Po'olecho V'hador v'avdineihe V'ino yam Hashem Elokeinu This is spontaneous dancing. Da-da-da-la-la, yo-yo-yo. Da-da-da-la-la, da-da-da-la-la. Da-da-da-la-lo, da-da-da-la-la. Hey-ya, 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 da-da-da-dum, di-di-do. Da-da-da-la-la, ya-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-la-yo. Da-da-da-la-la-yo, ma-la-la. Da-da-da-da, di-di-do, di-di-do-do-do-do.
Shebesh Oholei Sheloi lo mei nei nei Yisroi Ahavol Ba'amoloi Ba'amol Sheloi lo yesh Yisroi Oholei Sheloi lo mei nei nei Yisroi Ahavol Ba'amoloi Ba'amol Sheloi lo yesh Yisroi Yo yo Ay ma yisro leudam bechol amoloi sheyamoy tachas hashemesh Ma yisro leudam bechol amoloi sheyamoy tachas hashemesh Amoloi sheloi lo mei nei nei yisro Ahavol ba'amoloi ba'amoloi sheloi lo yesh yisroi Amoloi sheloi lo mei nei nei yisro Ahavol ba'amoloi ba'amoloi shel toiro yesh yisro
Over the past decade, Rabbi Shlomi Greenwald, together with his wife Mirala, have been dedicated to building and enhancing the local meistes and supporting Limud HaTorah. Shlomi's Askanos was the driving force behind the Unity Sefer Torah and the Hatzalathon. He is the founder of Kol Lahira Maisis and a partner to many meistes and countless acts of chesed. It was a little over a year ago that Shlomi recognized the need for a new Mesivta campus. At a Shabbos Farbrengen on his birthday, Shlomi pledged to Menahal Rabbi Moshe Silman that he would give the seed money for Oholei Torah to find an appropriate building, and the deal was sealed over a l'chaim. Tonight, on behalf of the entire Mosid Chinuch Oholei Torah, we thank Shlomi and his wife Mirala as we find ourselves sitting in this beautiful edifice, which will shine a bright light into the future. It is our honor to invite Rabbi Shlomi Greenwald to the stage.
L'chaim, l'chaim. Exactly 30 years ago, Shabbos Parshas Vayeshev, same Kviyas Chav Gimel, Kislev, the Rebbe spoke by the Farbrengen, Hayro, the Farbrengen, that we have to have a recognition and thank the Eibishter for the Nissim that he does for us. Like was just mentioned in the video, a little over a year ago, I was by Shlomi's Farbrengen, Kiddush, Shabbos, a little before Rosh Hashanah for his Yom Haledes. And I don't know if I should be saying this live, but Shlomi never said no to me. And I knew this is my opportunity. And I said, Shlomi, Mesivta needs a new building. right there on the spot, he said $1 million for a new building for Mesivta. And Shmulik Brook will recall, I walked straight over to his house. He was in the middle of Suda Shabbos. He didn't know what I'm doing. But when I'm coming over here, I said, Shmulik, we just got $1 million from a new building from Mesivta. We said L'chaim, and the rest is history. You are now sitting in a miracle. The fact that just over a year, a building was purchased, renovated, and the Bachim are already sitting and learning just over a year. We started after Sukkot this year, just a little over a year from when Shlomi made that commitment, is literally a miracle. So I want to say that this is not just a Chanukas HaBayis. This is a Sudas Haidah. So Sudas Haidah for the miracles that the Eibusher has done for us. This is a miracle, like Rabbi Willem was saying before, and I want to wish a L'chaim, a Refuah Shalema for Rabbi Yishai Yezusya ben Chana Rivka, so haben a Refuah Shalema Kreva L'chaim L'chaim. Like Rabbi Willem mentioned before, that in order for Bachim to sit and learn, it has to be a yeshiva, there has to be Yishvus. And Baruch Hashem, this is Yishvus. And Shlomi, in your schus, the limud Torah that is going on in this building, which anybody who walks in here sees it, it's unbelievable. To finish off, the Rebbe says in that Sikha that the Eibishter wanted to make Chizkiah Mashiach, and he didn't because he didn't give Haidah. He didn't thank the Eibishter. By us thanking the Eibishter for his Nisim, we bring the closer the Geula. So Zayin, take it from Yad Mamash. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim, l'chaim. As was mentioned on the video, I had the schus, along with two very special friends, to start United for Protection plus Hatzalathon. And I worked very closely with one of the organizers tonight. Let's give him a round of applause. Shneir Najjar. And typical Shneir didn't tell me a word. And typical Shneir didn't tell me a word. Mirla for being behind and encouraging me, never saying no to all the stuckis and being a partner in the Rebbe's Meistis. I want to thank my parents and especially my mother for always imbuing and telling us how the Oholei are the ultimate, and you in California, you should learn from the Oholei. I want to thank her very much. Thank my brother Maishi, who came special from California to be the MC tonight. And Bashkacha Pratis, we opened the Sikha this morning, and the Rebbe writes over there that one of the reasons of why we name Chanukah is Meloshin Chinuch, education, being that the Yidden inaugurated and were Mechanech the Mizbeach, Mechanech the Beis HaMikdash, and all the Shainim, it's brought down in Rabbi Yosef Engel, asks, there's a halacha Tumah Hutra B'tzibur. If the Yidden are Tamei, the halacha is that you're allowed to bring karbonis, you're allowed to bring light the menorah, B'tumah. So why were the Yidden so concerned, and why did they make themselves so meshuggah to find a pach shemen munach b'chois mishal kohen gadol? And the Rebbe explains that and ties this with the idea of chinuch, that when it comes to chinuch, when it comes to education, you cannot make psharas. You can't make any compromises. You have to make sure that when it comes to education, you tell your child the way it is. And that is why the Rebbe established Oholei Torah. And if you look in the letter that was printed by the beautiful booklet that the beautiful staff that worked so hard to make this $5 million campaign, let's give them a round of applause. And if you look in the letter, the Rebbe writes over there the idea of the Chatchila Adiber. And when it comes to chinuch, there's no compromises. That's the idea of Oholei Torah. I want to thank as well, now he's a mechutin, Before he was a cousin, now his son got engaged to my sister-in-law. So we're real mechutanim. I want to thank Rav Shmulik for his tireless work. I don't know how he takes on everything he does by running a family with 15 kids, over 180 klach. Literally, you call him and you think you're the only person who's talking to. He gives his undivided attention, and the Eibishter soll dir geben gesunde keiches, frische keiches to continue to do all what you did. I want to thank onto my left. I want to tell you, I'm going to say it the way it is. When Maishi approached me, Maishi is my mashpia in Yeshiva since I'm 14. And I'm just going to say that Maishi and I have a kesher since we're 14. I'm 35 years old. And I want to tell the mashpiyim, I was a magid myself for a few years in Yeshiva. You don't understand when you have a connection with a child, with a bacher, and you show an interest that you care. And when he's out of Yeshiva, whether he's in Zal, in Mesivta, in Zal, in Smicha, in 770, and gets married, keep that kesher. You never know what came. Look, $1 million came from this. I want to thank as well, I'm not going to bore you with speeches, I want to thank my Rosh Yeshiva, my Shpia as well, Rabbi Shapiro, Chaim Shapiro came special from Morristown to Bafreisich in the Simcha. I want to thank my brother Ari and also for his ishtatvus. And I want to thank each and every one of you. There's no secrets. Everyone knows who gave. Even the ones who are anonymous, everyone knows who gave these days. So I want to thank each and every one of you. We're holding $4.5 million. Let's break the goal. What's $5 million? This is the Merkaz of Lubavitch. This is every single shliach, all the shluchim that hear me tonight, that see it live. You benefited from Oholei Torah. It's time to give back to Oholei Torah. Give till it hurts, till it hurts, till it hurts. L'chaim v'livracha.
But it's amazing to see how a yeshiva started with 3 children, and today, Baruch Hashem, close to 2,000 children, and they're making a difference in the world.
You see that the Rebbe always asks to keep on growing, and the Oholei Torah keeps on expanding, but to not lower your standards, to go with the Vramkeit, to go with the Koch, to have Lumud Nigla, to have Lumud Chassidus, to have Mifsoyim, to have a Koch in Nigunim, to have a Koch in Chassidishkeit. And you see this constantly expanding year by year. It's the Rebbe's Yeshiva.
The Bachim that were always here, they felt a special connection that they're connected to Rebbe here. Mamela, a big stress, Mrs. Nefesh, and Meftaim, and all the things that the Rebbe demands. Because when we're here, we feel like, a much stronger feeling of Chassidim of the Rebbe, children of the Rebbe.
There is a special energy in Oholei Torah. Oholei Torah has a vibe that is, it's not matched anywhere else. It is a special ruach from Chassidishkeit.
I believe the hallmark of Oholei Torah's success is their boundless energy and spirit that they somehow manage to implant into every single Talmud here. You see it on the basketball court, you see it on the football field, you see it in the classroom.
There's a lot of young blood in our Motzei, in the Hanhola, in the board, in the staff, and in the parents. And everybody wants to see changes where necessary and working on it. Constantly we are reevaluating, are we doing this right, are we doing that right? Should we change this, change that?
There's always something in the pipeline. There's always a new program or a new method that they're advocating. There's always something going on here in terms of the planning phase, in terms of looking ahead.
Children, B'nai Yisrael is the biggest treasure that exists. And we know that it's up to us to every step of the way, and everything we say and everything we do is having an impact on the children. So when you know that in the back of your head, you're so energized. And when you see the geschmack that the children have and how much they're advancing in their studies and how much they enjoy it, it's really there's no greater pleasure than just that. We run to school. We don't walk. We look forward to the next day.
When you see a bacher that went through Mesivta and years later he's coming back and he's telling you that Farbrengen changed my life. So you see the bacher coming into Yeshiva every day and they're happy and they're learning. There's no more better feeling than that, and gives you the strength to go on, and how difficult it is and how long the day is, etc., etc. It's just beautiful to see the Bachrim really, really growing and developing and becoming Chassidish Bachrim.
I have 25 neshamas in my classroom, and I have the schus and the heavy achrayas to make sure that I can give them as much hashpah as possible, and hopefully to be the proper keli, to give the hashpah, the Eibishter's Torah, and to mashpia the Rebbe's varmkeit and the brachas to them. And when I actually get the feedback from the Talmidim and I interact with them in the classroom, it energizes a person. It gets a person to come back the next day, and some days are tough. When you come back the next day with nai kochas, and you see the Talmidim, you see them grow, and you know that this is the Rebbe's Moshe. Plus you see the brachas, you see it expand, you see it grow into incredible Moshe that it is. And in Mitzvah Hashem, it has to go, Mechayil L'chayil, it has to go greater and further.
Now there's a lot more younger chevra that they care, they see it as a shlichus, the Bachrim see it, it's much more exciting and devoted. You have a lot of younger teachers here that are really, really into it, really, really making a difference. It was always good, but it's better now.
Our dream is, as a board, is to have the best staff, the best mechanchim and mashpiyim in Oholei Torah. But in the end of the day, what makes a Mossad is the mechanchim and the mashpiyim. And it's yasher koyach to each one of them for giving their heart and their souls for the bachrim.
My dear friends, tonight, at this moment, is a very special time. We are Motzei Shabbos, coming from Yutis Kislev, the time of the Chayas Nafshenu, and next week, and this coming week is the week of Chanukah. Shabbos is Koil, the week preceding and the week that comes after it. Both have to do with both have to do with light, both have to do with spreading what Chassidus is all about, which is the light. It's a very special time. So at this time, first of all, we're at a Chassidish Malav Malka out of Farbrengen. I want all of us to take a moment to wish a refuah shlema for two very, very special people, both part of the Anhala of Oholei Torah for many, many years. The first is Rabbi Shmuel Moshe HaKoyen Ben Freder Rachel, Rabbi Benjamin, who taught the little ones for dozens of years. So Habin, a refuah shlema, Bakarav Mamish. And the second is our dear Rabbi Wilhelm, Rabbi Yeshaya Zusia Ben Chana Rivka. May he have a refuah shlema immediately taken from Miyad. The Wilhelm family is very special to us personally, and I want to just announce that in his schus and the schus of a refuah shlema, his dear brother-in-law Ari Sperlin, together with his wife Malki, just decided to donate $50,000 to this campaign. Thank you, Ari Sperlin. My friend, I'm sorry. And of course, a refuah shlema, as we said earlier, to Rabbi Yossel Rosenfeld, HaKoyen, Rabbi Rosenfeld, who gave us brachas, the brachas of the Birchas Koyanim to so many thousands, tens of thousands. May that bracha come back right at you, Rabbi Rosenfeld. You know, today I had the great schus to sit with a dear friend and a mentor, Rabbi Simon Jacobson, and he was bringing about the fact that today in Lubavitch there is a newfound bracha of Ashiris, Baruch Hashem. There is money that exists today in Lubavitch that never existed before. And my friends, we have to ask ourselves, what is this money for? Why are we gifted today? And there's no question. There's no question. The answer is in order that we can build the Rebbe's Meistis and do the Rebbe's Ratzon. So my friends, right now we're at 90%. We have less than 500,000 to go. Dig deep. Give of yourselves. I want to share with you. Rabbi Yankel Pinson just told me the story tonight as he walked. I asked him, I grabbed him, I said, I need to hear the story. Your father-in-law, as we know, Reb David Deitch, who was from the first, who did incredible He partnered with Reb Michal and gave in a time that virtually nobody else did. He was the pillar of financial giving for decades to Oholei Torah. Listen to this story. Purim Tavshin Chai, the Rebbe was taking big-time donations for that time. So Reb David Deitch decided, and he wrote it on his card that he's giving $10,000, which to him he didn't even have at that time. When he gave it into the Rebbe said, "From you I expect 3 times as much." It was not an easy thing for him to hear. He came home, he asked his wife said immediately, "If the Rebbe wants it, give it." He went the next day to the bank. He was able to obtain a loan. He didn't even have the original 10,000. But think about it. I thought it was within the year. Rabbi Pinson just told me it was within days. He was able, Nisim v'niflois, bracha started to pour upon him, and that's when the wealth started to come into his life, and he immediately paid back and continued to pay back. Rabbi Sai, the wealth is here, the brachas are here. And for those of you who have the doubts, I'm telling you, I saw personally in my own life, with family members, with my own life, the more you give, the more you get. So let's make tonight happen. We have it here, and we're able to make it happen. We got to cross that $5 million line, and then some. To those of you who have children in Oholei Torah, sometimes you forget, you have a child in the preschool, or if you have a child in the elementary yeshiva, or if you have a child in the mechina, you forget that how many students, how much is going on in this Motzei. It's really, really extraordinary. When you have an institution that has nearly 2,000 students, right now, the amount of staff, the amount that goes into it, I'm not allowed to say. I asked Yossi Langzam, who told me what the daily cost of Oholei Torah is, and it'll blow your mind. But it's real numbers. And the amount of work that goes into it, the teachers who give of their heart and soul, so many of them, quiet heroes, silent heroes, who don't get the recognition that they need. But we have here tonight one of them who agreed to speak. He is a 8th grade Rebbe in the Mechina, who Baruch Hashem, right now the Mechina is able to move to the former location of the Mesivta in Troy Avenue, where they have enough room so the 8th graders can learn Bar Chava. Rabbi Levi Feldman is not just a teacher. He's an extraordinary teacher. Rabbi Levi Feldman is a teacher of teachers. And it goes, by the way, schools around the world use the curriculum of Oholei Torah. I'm a shliach in Los Angeles. We have a wonderful, wonderful cheder led by Rabbi Mendy Greenbaum, who is a alum of this institution. And Rabbi Greenbaum takes everything, I shouldn't say everything, but almost everything from Oholei Torah, and he gives it to Los Angeles to make it an A1 school. So, Rabbi Levi Feldman gives of himself to teachers, to his students. Please give a warm welcome, representing the Mechina, Rabbi Levi Feldman.
He was known as the Ilui of Varsha, opened up a yeshiva. He refused to accept to be a Rav in this Chashiva community, in that Chashiva community. Even after his father-in-law lost his money and he had to open up a Sfarim store to just manage Begashmias, And Iluyim from all over Europe came running to his yeshiva, but at some point there was pashut not an inch of space that they hang out outside the windows to hear the shir. And they couldn't accept Bachrim, there was no space. And one day after Geschmack Shir, he says, Halavai, I wish that there could be construction done in one day. More than one day would not be okay because Bittul Torah would take place. The Bachrim, even in a temporary location, would not be the same. One chassid stood up to the plate. He knew that in Warsaw there was this famous contractor. He meets with the contractor and he tells him, there's a Bachrim that need to come to Yeshiva. We need you to help expand the Yeshiva. He wasn't particularly moved by the story. He was no chassid, lav dafke frum. And he says, this is how much time it's going to take, and this is how much it's going to cost, and it was a good price tag. Says the chassid, we can negotiate about the price, but the timing is out of question. What do you mean out of question? 24 hours. 24 hours? The contractor starts laughing. No contractor would do it for a day quicker than what I offered you. Instead of the chassid getting flustered and uncomfortable, he gives a sharp look to this wealthy chashve contractor, an Oholei Torah. He looks him in the eye and he says, let me ask you a personal question. You're married? Sagt yeah. No. Kids? Do you have children? Unfortunately not. I make you a deal. You get the building done in 24 hours. The Rebbe will give you a bracha for children in exchange. Spark in his eye, Beseder, I agree. They make the plans, they get the workers, they get the materials. Everything is all around ready for the signal, for the date to come. The Rebbe is told one day, and that's it. You move to a temporary location for one day. By the end of the day, the building was built. They were still painting the walls. Kommt rein, Baal Chidushei Harim, the first Gerer Rebbe, and er sagt, Pillei Ploim, unbelievable. That moment, the chassid comes in and he says, there's a catch. I promised in your name a child to this guy. Gets very, very serious, thinks for a moment, and says, may the bracha be mekuyim. A year later, the Gerer Rebbe, the first Gerer Rebbe, was sandik by the contractor's son's bris. Interestingly, there's a very similar story with the Friedman Rebbe. Bashkacha Pratis, approximately 13 weeks ago, I had my own Pillei Ploi moment. The Farkvetchte Troy Avenue building that the Mesivta has moved out of and moved Baruch Hashem to this magnificent building is the building that I was told that me, the 8th grade Rebbe, together with my colleagues, we're moving into that building, and I was very, very comfortable in Eastern Parkway. What's going to be? Tesvav Elul, Monday night, about 13 weeks ago, I'm about to start the next day, my 13th year teaching here in Oholei Torah. And I'm sitting in my classroom, and I was saying to myself, Pillei Ploim, 1 week ago, this construction site was a place that I was visiting. I actually got to paint some of the wall in my classroom, and I walked out of the room a week earlier covered in white from all the dust. And it's ready, and it's malchustik. The Rebbe quotes in the name of the Rashba, mitzvah lefarse moise mitzvah. Reb Shmulik, you and the entire board, I salute you for your unlimited dedication to the Rebbe's Moisid. Reb Yossi Langsam. Yes, unbelievable. And it's not just Troy Avenue, which was renovated from top to bottom. The building we're standing in right now, unbelievable. They called it a miracle it is. What about Eastern Parkway? Over the summer, walls went down, walls came up, another 100 Zalbachrim, regular 8th grade classrooms. The summer camp, I was standing there in the summer, this summer in Pennsylvania. A melucha, a kingdom. To be able a couple of weeks ago to come here to this building and watch my Talmudim from last year learning with Rabbi Lepkifker, my Shir Aleph Mesivta Rebbe, Yashikoyach. I made a calculation today. I thought to myself, how hard is my 13th year teaching in Oholei Torah? I start counting. I was a Talmud in Oholei Torah also for 13 years. 13 plus 13, Shem Havaya. Today, and this is true, a couple of hours ago, a good friend of mine, all the way from Australia, asked me, after a Shabbos Verbringen today, no, so what's the secret of Oholei Torah? There's so much noise about Oholei Torah. Everybody knows that Oholei Torah is a trademark for unlimited chayas. Everybody knows that Oholei Torah is a trademark for unlimited chutzpah. Everybody knows that Oholei Torah is a trademark for unlimited pride. As Geoin Yaakov Asher Oiv. What's the secret of the Oholei Torah, he asks me. And my answer is right here. Lekutei Sichos, Chelik Aleph. The Dalet Chelkei Shulchan Aruch of Chassidus Chabad. Not to look, says the Rebbe on page 112, at the parents that are concerned about their child growing up to have a house, to have a car, a doctor, a lawyer, or at least a shuchputzer. The Rebbe created a miracle called Oholei Torah, Altaras HaKodesh, where Alikus is bepshitus and Metzias v'Ischachus. I think it had effect even on Russia. There was a Lubavitcher kid in Russia that the history teacher asked the class, what's the big event that took place in 1799? So the kid raises his hand. He says, Yutes Kislev, Chag HaGeula. The teacher is furious. Nicht verstehen kein Sach. Teacher says, no, this is the year that Pushkin was born, one of the greatest poets for the Russians. No, say there's Alzain Pushkin. And the teacher keeps on going 1 year after the next till finally the teacher reaches the year 1812. Nu, was ist getroffen in 1812? The kid screams out, Pushkin's bar mitzvah. Oholei Torah is not a school. A school teaches subjects. And the Yevonim had no problem. If Oholei Torah would be a school, the Greeks, the Chanukah would have no problem. Go teach the subjects, enjoy the Gemara, enjoy the logic. Oholei Torah is about Talmidim, children, Bachrim, learning Torah to connect with Hashem. Hiskashrus. It says in Gemara, Makos mitalmida yoser mikulam. We had a problem in the teacher's room a couple of days ago. The problem was that there were buses to Eastern Parkway. I forgot to mention, I was so worried about the 417 Troy Avenue. Myself and my colleagues, other teachers, Baruch Hashem, here you have a beautiful building. We are thrilled with what we have. They've renovated. There's a ruyikite. I've gotten this question hundreds of times in recent weeks. No, what's going on in Troy Avenue? I missed the Pada B'Shalom of pre-1A, first, second grade, 500 kids together screaming Va'ani Yeftach Bach, led by Rabbi Shimshoni. True, I missed that. And a half hour later, by the third and fourth grade, and a half hour later, another batch, the fifth, sixth, and seventh. But the bottom line is that Bin Laila, overnight, they're no longer elementary kids. Overnight, 8th grade became Mechina Kishmoy Kenhu. Overnight, we learn in Zal. We have Farbrengens. And the problem in the teacher's room was that instead of the Bachram going on the bus to play basketball in Eastern Parkway, they decided they're having a Mashiach Shir led by Rabbi Hershkop. Our new, unbelievable Skan Menal. Sgan Menal is known to give knossim. All of a sudden, the Bachrim are surprised. A Sgan Menal, Mechina Oholei Torah, connects with the Bachrim one-on-one, in small groups, a full class at a time, over Limud HaTorah. That's his connection with the Bachrim. Very darf knossim. I'm going to try to wrap up within the next minute or two. Our Mechina is led by Reb Chaim Yisrael Wilhelm. We learned together in Oholei Torah. We were classmates. Together in Mesivta by Reb Zusha Willem, our Menal, Reb Chaim Yisrael's father, who's here with us tonight. And even the world agrees. Today, the world is waking up that far more than the subjects that they teach in whatever schools, whatever they teach in the schools, a person who has a sense of purpose, a person who has a mission, a person who has a passion and dedication will be a lot more matzliach than subjects, and Reb Chaim Yisrael leads the Mechina with exactly that, with a Chassidish Chayis, reminding all the Talmidim what really counts, dedication to Limud HaTorah, and Hiskashrus to the Rebbe. I have the schus to work with many of the newer teachers in Oholei Torah, and there isn't a single teacher that I know of from the newer teachers in Oholei Torah who's here, Stamazoy, reingefallen in Oholei Torah. You're talking about dedicated chevra. We could be meeting at night, 11, 12 at night, and I ask the teacher, tell me, what is your primary question right now? What bothers you most? Let's try to deal with it. And he's not concerned about this. He's not concerned about, how do I reach this Talmud? How do I reach that Talmud? Unlimited dedication, that the Talmidim should be matzliach, the Talmidim should be comfortable, and their needs should be met. I'm going to close with this. It's well known that the influence of Oholei Torah has gone international. It's not just other Chabad Moistes that turn to Oholei Torah for guidance. Baruch Hashem, we're at the point that right in our neighborhood, in our neighboring neighborhoods, Borough Park, Williamsburg, they're contacting Oholei Torah for guidance. And not only Neiris Lahoyer, Lahavdil Elef Avdalis, we are a Ur Lagoyim as well. Just 2 years ago, a whole delegation, I'm notified that 10 Chevre Zomizagin from the Department of Education are coming to Oholei Torah to see what Oholei Torah is all about. I was a little hesitant, not sure, should I prepare a special shir as they can verstehen? And then you look at the first page of Shulchan Aruch, you compare that to an Oholei Torahnik. Al Yevesh Bnei Maligim, we are who we are, we do what we do. We're going to learn the exact Gemara that we're usually doing. They walk in, if the Chavre Mizak today, we're going to talk about suspicion. Okay, there's a testimony, there are eidos, their words seem to match, but there's whatever it might be. Their 2-minute visit ended up with 23 minutes. They went to the gym, true story, to find out Maskanas Gemara, but they did not just come to my class. They went from top to bottom, one grade, one floor after the next. And as I heard, B'zeh HaLashem, when they exited the building, they said, we have to send 50 public school principals at a time to this yeshiva to learn a thing or two about student engagement. I am filled with gratitude to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and to the Rebbe for the schus to be a Talmud here in Oholei Torah, to be a Rebbe here in Oholei Torah, and to have my 3 sons learn in Oholei Torah. There's no other yeshiva that I would want them to learn with in the entire world. I have a partnership with HaKadosh Baruch Hu which is working well, and every one of you tonight here in this room, and every one of you tonight watching live, should know that you have the opportunity to have the same partnership. And that is, that Oibishter bleibt nicht kein Baal Chayv. That Hashem says, you take care of my children, support Oholei Torah, support a yeshiva, and I will take care of your children. I'm sitting here with a good old Chaver, Reb Eli. When I was a Bacher in Shluchas in Muncie, we had good verbringings together. As I'm walking up, Eli says, $10,000 for Oholei Torah. Reb Eli l'chaim. And we should be zoiche. B'noreinu b'skeneinu neilech. As our children, Talmidei Oholei Torah and Chabad Chassidim and Yidden worldwide stand and greet Mashiach, we should be able to say, Re'u gidulim shegidalnu b'geula ha'amitis v'ashleima l'chaim.
Thank you, Rabbi Feldman. You know, it's so true. When you were speaking, you reminded me. I grew up in California, and when we came to camp, the first years in overnight camp, we looked at the Oholei Torahniks, at the bunk from Oholei Torah. We looked at them with envy, with jealousy, and we wanted to be like them. Many of them are sitting, my friends over here, who became lifelong friends and supporters at this table over here. They taka had chutzpah. They taka had guts. But they walked around and they taught us what it means to be proud Lubavitcher kids. They taught us how to go over to people and to ask them to put on tefillin. They taught us what it means to walk with our heads high and have pride in the Rebbe. Where does this come from? Right here, Oholei Torah. And where does Oholei Torah come from? Oholei Torah was miyasid by the Rebbe. We cannot stress this enough. My brother-in-law, Rebbe Friedman, shared with me that there was once a very prominent Yid who had a vikuach with Reb Michal Teitelbaum, and he threatened Reb Michal Teitelbaum that he's going to take him to a din Torah. Reb Michal was not happy with this, and in the Yechidus with the Rebbe, he told the Rebbe that I'm being called to a din Torah. And the Rebbe told him, go tell him that he should take the one who's miyased, meaning myself about the Rebbe, should take me to a din Torah. That's how much the Rebbe invested in Oholei Torah, and we, my friends, need to invest back. As I walked up to the stage, I was just told by the organizers that the campaign now is being lengthened to $6 million. My friends, we can do it. We can do it. Don't be afraid of $6 million. We can do this. And I just was told that Reb Yossi and Nechamadina Katz, in honor of their father-in-law, Reb Yosef Chaim HaKoyen Rosenfeld, they're giving $100,000 to this campaign. Thank you, Reb Yossi. We're giving it all to you tonight, our hearts and souls, but that's nothing compared to what the board does for this Mossad. My friends, day and night they work for our children. They work for the future of Lubavitch. They're not satisfied with the status quo, just like the Rebbe wasn't satisfied with the status quo of Chinuch and was miyased this Mossad. So we're going to have a kumzitz now. We're going to sing. But as we sing and as you're being serenaded, give money. Give money. All right? Let's hear it for our singers. And those of you who are at home who donated, donate a little bit more, and I promise you, you're going to see the success come from above.
Hashem, Ki Lashem, Hamelucho. Ki Lashem, Ki Lashem, Hamelucho. Ki Lashem, Ki Lashem, Hamelucho. Umoishe Ki Lashem, Ki Lashem, Hamelucho. Ki Lashem, Ki Lashem, Hamelucho. Ki Lashem, Ki Lashem, Hamelucho. Umoishe Lo mir singen shivuchem Var melech malchayam Ameluchim Gori boy nulam veyomayu Lo mir singen shivuchem Var melech malchayam Ameluchim Gori boy nulam veyomayu
Lo mi singen shivuchem Van melech malchai Ava meluchim Godri boin ulam veyomayu Lo mitziken shivuchem Van melech malchai Avavam eluchim Godri boin ulam veyomayu Yefadi No bor fadi Ranti malku melech malchayu Fadi fadi Oy no bor fadi Ranti malku melech malchayu כל הנחלים הולכים לים כל הנחלים הולכים לים והים איננו מלא והים איננו מלא סוף דבר הכל נשמע את האלוקים יראה ואת מצוותיו שמור כי זה כל האדם סוף דבר הכל נשמע את האלוקים יראה ואת מצוותיו שמור כי זה כל האדם סוף דבר הכל נשמע את האלוקים יראה ואת מצוותיו שמור כי זה כל האדם סוף דבר הכל נשמע את האלוקים יראה ואת מצוותיו שמור כי זה כל האדם Oh ובצל ידיך ובגוי לדעת כל רצו ידיך מנם שיחמנו ובצל ידיך לדעת כל רצו ידיך
אני לפונך אוי מלך חי וקיים מוידי אני לפונך אוי מלך חי וקיים
Rabo emunosecho
ידיד נפש ורחמון שוי חבדך ולרצוינך ידיד נפש ורחמון שוי חבדך ולרצוינך Hamdcho el retzoynecho Yedid nefesh vorachamo Shoy hamdcho el retzoynecho Oy 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 yortzam necho yortzam necho kimoya
One more time, everyone, please join me. asher chantov zois nechamasi beyoni imerascho chiyavosni zois nechamasi beyoni imerascho chiyavosni
we say the belitzvoni elitzoni adbeyoy mitoyeros kholoy noti si oy 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 mitoyeros kholoy noti si we say the belitzvoni elitzoni adbeyoy mitoyeros kholoy noti si oy 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 mitoyeros kholoy noti si
Kodshi, Vesi Mach beweiste wie los sie lo yesem bziv reye verotzoy na misbechi veisi beist wie lo
Ani
Growing up as a Talmid of Oholei Torah through his formative years, Mr. Tuvia Greisman developed a love for his alma mater and kept an especially strong bond with the executive director, Rabbi Yossel Rosenfeld. Soon after leaving Yeshiva, he started the Motzei Furniture Company with his longtime partner, Reb Schneur Hirsch Olav Hashalom. For more than a decade, the Motzei partners, including Mr. Moshe Melamed, who is also a member of the board of Oholei Torah, have been staunch supporters of Oholei Torah. And as the Mossad grew and flourished, so did the Motzei Company and their support. Both Tuvia's family and his wife Hindi's family have deep connections with Oholei Torah, and as partners they take a most active role in their children's chinuch. A successful businessman who is a Talmid Chacham in his own right, Tuvia finds the time to dedicate to learning, creating an atmosphere in his home that is full of Chassidishkeit, Torah, and Chesed. This past year, we all suffered a great loss with the passing of Reb Schneur Hirsch, a partner of the Motzei Company and a personal friend of the Greismans. Tonight, we recognize their devotion, and together with the other partners at Motzei, establish an everlasting tribute to the memory of Reb Schneur with the dedication of the main shar of the campus as the Schneur Hirsch Gateway.
Yasher Koyach. This dedication in honor of my brother, my nephew Mendel, David, and Label, representing the Hirsch family. Yasher Koyach. Sitting with my brother regularly when he was getting chemo, he talked about his great support for Oholei Torah, him and his partners, Moshe and Tuvi. And we laughed how, out of all the three brothers, I was the one that started in Oholei Torah from Pri 1A and ended every day of my career in Cheder, Mesivta, and Zal through Shir Daled, Mesivta, in Oholei Torah. So out of all three brothers, every day of my education was actually in Oholei Torah. And I owe my debt of gratitude. But in those years, we had 4 years of Mesivta and 4 years of Zal. And my brother had a very big pride in giving and contributing to this Mossad, Oholei Torah. Not 48 hours before my brother was nifter, I was in the room together with my brother and his two partners, Moshe and Tuvi. And my brother turned to them and said, let's continue doing for chinuch. Let's continue doing for chinuch. And today you could say, my brother Schneur and his two partners are continuing to do for chinuch. Yasher Koyach.
I wasn't planning on speaking,
So Shlomi, at least they told him before. And by me, they just told me now. That standing up here and knowing that Shneir is with us and he's watching and his children are standing here and accepting it for him, it brings a lot. And it brings back memories to the first time we sat down with Rabbi Rosenfeld and he asked for a donation. And Shneir, who at the time had no children in Oholei Torah and still doesn't yet, there wasn't even a hesitation. There was no, well, I have my own meisters to support. No, Oholei Torah is the Rebbe's meister, and he was there. I know he's with us now, and I know that he's watching, and I know that he's shepping a lot of nachas. One other thing, I know it's been mentioned before, but having taught myself for 2 years in 7th grade and not being able to do it longer, there's a certain respect and admiration that I have for the teachers. A meisin, no matter how beautiful the buildings are, and they are important, and the Gashmias does matter, not every yeshiva agrees with that, but a yeshiva at the end of the day is all about the malamdim and about the mashpiyim and about the staff. And having done it, I can tell you, I couldn't do it in more than 2 years, and I have no idea how they do it. The amount of physical energy and ibigagebenkeit that they have is unbelievable, and we owe them a tremendous, tremendous thanks and everything we can to help them. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for the honor to have this opportunity to give to Oholei Torah, give back to Oholei Torah, to the yeshiva that I learned that and my kids learned with, and to have the opportunity to give the name of Shneir, who I started the business with. And we know our goal when we started the business was all about our goal in business is that we should be able to contribute to chinuch and to the Rebbe's moistus and all the important things. So thank you for the honor. Shukayach.
Yasher Koyach, thank you, Motzei family. Hirsch family, I just want to share one thing before you leave the stage, if I may, and Moshe and Tuvia as well. So I'll share with you something that you may not know, but something that I saw with my own eyes. First of all, Tuvia, 16 years ago, when I went out on Shlichus, you and Shneir made a generous donation. I remember I went to Pitkin Avenue. You had 4 workers at the time. That's it. That's all you had. They were screwing together old chairs. I remember this. And you guys gave generously. Thank you. And you continue to do so. You built up Motzei Alatztaka. So the Eibishter will mention there. And I want to share one thing to the Hirsches. So I went over a year ago to your warehouse in Fontana. For those of you who don't know where Fontana is, there's no Toim Chetamim in Fontana. I don't think there's any shliach near there. We call it Fontucky, okay? It's far out in the boondocks of San Bernardino County. Anyway, so I went to your warehouse there. Shmuley Volovik, who's probably the only Jew within a couple miles of that place, gave me a tour. He's a wonderful guy. He's doing a great job. And he shows me, the warehouse is enormous. It's close to 400,000 square feet. And he's showing me all the ins and outs of the place. And I'm noticing, you go by the docks where the trucks load and unload. Talking about over 100 doors. Every door has a mezuzah. And I'm looking, I'm saying, wow. Oh my gosh, every single door has a mezuzah. And Shmuley Volovik tells me, he says, this is Shneir. Halachically, you don't have to have a mezuzah by a dock. But Shneir wanted every single dock to have a mezuzah. Every single dock. Then he shows me a big freezer filled with kosher turkeys. I'm looking, what? He says, we give out turkeys to all of our employees for Thanksgiving, but it has to be kosher turkeys in case, just in case, maybe there's a yid there. That's unbelievable, paying probably 3 times the price. Going above and beyond in a way which is mahader to the mitzvah. Where does somebody get such a chinuch? In Oholei Torah. So I wanted to just share that with you. I saw it with my own eyes. My friends, we are close to the goal, but we're not there yet. We have to go further. We have to do more. Rabbi Blumis, by the way, can we get a round of applause for Rabbi Nassim Blumis, an unbelievable soldier of the Rebbe with a smile on his face. Decades I know him, and he hasn't changed. Powerhouse. So Rabbi Blumis shared with me that one of he got skinnier, Baruch Hashem. So he shared with me that one of his supporters really wanted to help tonight, but he's going through a little bit of financial difficulty. And he wrote into the Rebbe. And he got back an answer from Chai Oder in Igros Kodesh, and I have it in front of me. Chai Oder, Tavshin Yud Daled. And the Rebbe writes as follows: that you're writing to me that you're struggling now financially. I know that you were asked recently to participate in the building of a yeshiva. And you should know that if you give to the building of the yeshiva, it will open up tzinoros of parnasa and harchava in your life beyond what you could imagine. I have it right here. Rabbi Sai, the Rebbe, is with us tonight. And this person, because he got this letter, immediately decided to give $100,000, which is difficult for him. But as we know, he will receive the bracha teikah from Iyad. This is what it's about. Another friends of ours, in Schus of Refuah Shlema, to Yechiel Michel, Ben Dabar Reza, and Rabbi Yossel Rosenfeld, of course, and Malka Rezel Bas Blumalea, our friends from SBA Loans are generously donating $36,000 tonight. Thank you so much. Yasher Koyach. My dear friends, less than a month ago, Reb David Lichtenstein stood in front of 5,000 people, and he spoke about the shluchim at the Kinus HaShluchim. And he spoke about the fact that the shluchim are today's firemen going out and fighting with the fires of assimilation. Very beautiful. And I think it's a moment to notice that today the world is waking up. People that never would give Hakaras HaTov to the Rebbe are recognizing today that we are at the vanguard and the forefront of Yiddishkeit. And he spoke beautifully. It's true. The shluchim are recognized throughout the world as the doers and the givers to Klal Yisrael. Where did the majority of the shluchim get their chinuch? Where did they get their passion? Where did they get their hadracha? Right here in Oholei Torah. This is the place that is not just a factory producing shluchim. This is the place as lampcherniks. We fuel our lamps and our sticks to go out and to be lamplighters throughout the world. And people say, how do you do it? Altaras HaKodesh. You know, it's funny. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. Anyway, Thursday night, 3 nights ago, whenever it was Thanksgiving. There's not much going on. So I went out with a dear family, a member of mine, a powerhouse of a shliach who gets tremendous amount done in the Southern California area. And we're going out to eat. And the menu was a Thanksgiving menu. So they give us the menu, and there's an autumn salad. Autumn, like fall. So he says, I would like 1 plate of the Ottoman salad. Oholei Torah, right? But you know what? This guy is putting up, and he has the money in the bank for a $40 million campus right now. That's the koyach of Oholei Torah through the Rebbe. Do you understand this? So I want to encourage the shluchim out there. Guys, my fellow shluchim, donate, give tzedakah to Oholei Torah. If every single shliach out there in the world will give a brick, 360, it's another $1.5 million right there. We can do it, guys. Let's give. Let's give back. Let's give to the source where we came from. And remember, when you want Bachrim to help you in your Moised, what kind of Bachrim do you want? You want the Oholei Torahniks, right? So give to Oholei Torah. I want to give a warm welcome to a shliach who is a alum of Oholei Torah, who himself is a powerhouse, and is recognized worldwide in Mishpachas HaShluchim as somebody who stands in the forefront of success, if you may say. He's a parent today in Oholei Torah. His kids are here since first grade, and he drives an hour and a half each way to get them from his very, very successful Makom HaShluchos in Port Washington. Please give a warm welcome to Reb Shalom Moshe Paltiel.
Guten Tag, friends. I am totally floored. This is not what we envisioned sitting in Oholei Torah Zal on Troy Avenue in the basement back in the day. This doesn't look like a Chassidus Shem Alava Malka. And it's extraordinary. And talking about a campus, a camp, a Zal expanding, a Mesivta building, a Mechina building. You know, the Rebbe said if we get together and collaborate and we have Achdus, we can bring Mashiach. To talk about the Vad, and the entire group and the new guys who came in, working together hand in hand with those who were here for years under the guidance of Rabbi Rosenfeld. It's extraordinary. The Achdus von Chassidim, Nemen Biz, the Geula, the Achdus von Chassidim is the miracle tonight. And I know the goal was raised to 6 million. Let's top it. Let's help these young people, the young Chavre, with the Yatim and Bechayoyi from Rebbe. Someone said that there's money in Lubavitch. It's extraordinary. There's Achdus in Lubavitch. There's talent in Lubavitch. There's people who care. Let's help them and let's hit this out of the ballpark and make it happen. Friends, years ago, when our oldest son, we were contemplating sending him to Oholei Torah. He's then in first grade, kindergarten. We wanted to try to hold him back. He's young. And he kept telling us, I want to go. And he came home from a preschool one day in our Chabad house. It's not exactly, and he said, Tati, I need to go to Oholei Torah with the Chassidish kinder. And I said, why? And he said, because my friends talk too much about Gashmias. So he goes to Oholei Torah. I come home a couple of days later, he's sitting on the couch, and he's reading the Rebbe Retze Kinder in a perfect Yiddish. I'm standing, and I'm in awe. And finally he looks up, and he says, Tati, I know it's expensive, but it's worth every penny. This is a 7-year-old kid from the mouth of babes. So to all those who are helping, and the Taimchim, it's worth every penny to make this happen. You know, Oholei Torah is known as the Rebbe's Yeshiva. The story is told of a Lubavitcher young man who went into Yechidus and had a heavy heart because one of his children, Nachman al-Islam, walked off the path of Yiddishkeit, and he wrote his settle and he said, Rebbe, I don't understand why this one went off. I raised all my kids the same way. And the Rebbe looked up and said, that's the problem. You raise them all the same. They're not all the same. The Rebbe raised each chassid differently. And one of the beauties that I could say about Oholei Torah, and increasingly in more recent years, the last couple of decades, the yeshiva grows on Ein Hara. It's gigantic. And yet it raises individual bachrim. Every child is attended to. Every child matters. I heard this from a bar mitzvah boy in my community. So we're talking about that he's going to start putting on tefillin every day and say Krishma. So I said to this boy, a public school boy, I said, you know that, I was trying to engage the boy. I said, you know, when you say Krishma, you cover your eyes with the right hand. Do you know why we do this? And I was sure the kid would say, I don't know, and I'll explain to him, we'll engage him. But to my surprise, this public school kid says, I know why. When I say the Shema, I cover my eyes with the right hand. He says, I meditate that there's nothing more important to me than God, and there's nothing more important to God than me. And I said, this is Yiddishkeit. There's nothing more important to a Yid than God. Obviously, that's basic. It's true in every faith. The contribution of Judaism, that there's nothing more important than every Yid is a ben yachid to the Eibush, as the Baal Shem Tov famously taught us. If we're in the Remsen Yeshiva, tzadikim daimen lebeiram. Here the Rebbe is taking care of Klal Yisrael and shluchim b'chol katzvei tevel and dealing with governments and countries. Thousands who wrote to him, etc. Tens of thousands. And yet each yachid went into Yechidus or by dollars or Kishel Bracha. They knew there's nothing more important to the Rebbe than them. They are the only child. There's nothing more important to the Rebbe than them. And I'm proud to say that the Rebbe's Yeshiva, and I believe this is the success, even as it grows, in Kain Yirbu more and more, 3-4 campuses. But each child still matters. I'll tell you a story that happened that I know firsthand. A kid's in first grade. He's struggling. The principal notices that the child is struggling. The principal notices the child's weaknesses, and more importantly, the child's strength. It's a true story which happened with my own first grader this year, but it's a true story that happened with me. In my years in Oholei Torah, my principal in elementary and in Mesivta and in Zal, and it happened with every one of my children in different phases of the yeshiva. It's not too unimportant for a principal to notice a yachid. They're there for our children. They give our children, they give us what they need. Each yachid matters. Das ist the Rebbe's Yeshiva. Friends, I heard from a Jew who I met a couple of years back by a shliach. And the fellow is a full card-carrying Balchuva Lubavitcher with a kapota and a hat and everything else. So I asked him, what brought you to Chassidus? I figured he'll tell me a shliach, a Tanya shir, this, that, or the other. And he says the Rebbe, just like that. So I look at the guy and I figure his age. I make a quick calculation. There's no way that he saw the Rebbe in adult life. I say, what do you mean? You mean a video? You mean look at the siches? He says, no, the Rebbe himself. I said, what do you mean? He says, long story short, we were a Zionistic, secular Jewish youth group from Texas visiting New York for our annual trip, visiting the city, Manhattan, what have you. And we heard about Simchas Torah. This is in October. In 770, we were told, it's extraordinary, you got to come. We show up there, it's Kosher Bracha night. Suddenly they tell us, you want to go see the rabbi? And they explain, this is the chief rabbi of the whole world. Within seconds, we're on a line and we're moving at a fast pace to meet the Rebbe. He says, I'm watching the Rebbe as we're getting closer, and I'm thinking to myself, why is this rabbi, who's known all over the world, meeting with me just because I showed up? He says, in my temple in Texas, I never met like the chief rabbi. I met the assistants. And here, because I showed up, the rabbi is meeting with me. And as we get closer, suddenly I'm in front of the Rebbe face to face. This young man is telling me. And then he pulls out of his pocket a picture that obviously he carries in his pocket 24/6. It's a picture of the Rebbe pouring Keshel Bracha to a kid who obviously does not look like an ultra-Orthodox Hasidic Jew, 12-year-old kid with a little yarmulke. This is Simchas Torah, I believe Tafshin Nun Beis, it's got to be. The eye contact between the Rebbe and him is meididik. He says, I came up to the Rebbe, and he starts to cry as he's holding this picture. The Rebbe is pouring me a cup of wine and staring me in the eye, which felt like an eternity. He says, I couldn't help but think, why is this rabbi taking me so seriously? No one ever did. And he said, I realized at that moment that I'm going to have to find out what this rabbi is about. Friends, in the Rebbe's Yeshiva, we take a child seriously, and that, I believe, to a great degree, the success of the yeshiva. This morning in Shul, in my drasha, I mentioned the fact that I'll be speaking tonight for my alma mater. Came up in the conversation. And as soon as I finished the drasha, somebody stands up in back of the shul. He says, Rabbi, please tell them, thank you for giving you such a great education. The whole shul is quiet. It's not something that happens normally. He says, please tell them, thank you for teaching you so much Torah and for giving you such a passion for Hashem and for Jewish people and for giving you a great sophistication and a mastery of the English language. And I'm standing at the pulpit, and this was a moment, you talk about stump the rabbi. I was stumped. And I look at him, and I'm saying, thank God he's not a Yedei Machshavos. And I'm thinking, as was just mentioned, Oholei Torah Chai. But then I said, yes, you're right. Oholei Torah is the Ivy League. It's the Harvard of Chabad. And in fact, the lion's share, as was mentioned, of shluchim all over the world, running meisters, and there's a reason. Running yeshivas, schools, buildings, Chabad houses, budgets, balabatim, plans, buildings, you name it, governments and countries. How does it come? What is it all about? So they say in the line of rabbinics, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Coming from the Rebbe's Yeshiva, knowing that there's nothing more important to God than the Yid in front of them. It's not the building of the Chabad house. It's not even the community. It's the yachid. It's the man. It's the woman. It's the child. And that's something that we got from Oholei Torah, where each yachid matters. I want to say a word to those who put in all the keiches, starting from Rabbi Yossel, Sein gesund und stark, ab 120 Shana till Mashiach and beyond. And the Vadim, and the new young powerhouses that came on board, and the Melamdim, which is a thankless job if there ever was one. Hello, let's hear it for the Melamdim. I want to make a suggestion, a humble suggestion. And that is, it's off the record, this is not the authority. But my humble suggestion is, in Lubavitch, it was always, you want to go on shlichus, that's the thing to do. If you're able, if you have what it takes, shlichus. I want to suggest that post Gimel Tammuz, Mistama was always true, but post Gimel Tammuz, with all the yatim b'chayei and the brachas, there's no question, it's not emunah. We see with our own eyes that Rebbe feared that everything is in a whole different league. Oholei Torah is building buildings. Oholei Torah is raising $6 million in one night. This is not normal. This is the Rebbe's keiches, no question about it. But at the same time, at the same time, our children are growing up in a time with different type of nisyanis, and they don't have a chance to stand across, and the Rebbe looks them in the eye, etc. We don't have to explain the challenges of chinuch today. There's no doubt in my mind, in my humble opinion, a young man who has talent. We saw tonight a few of the speakers. And he decides, I'm going to go into our meistes chinuch and raise unsere Kinder. It's no less of a chutzah. It's no less of a fotzes hamayonis chutzah. In fact, in a sense, it's more because the Rebbe cares about every yid b'no yechidei, and tadikim deimen lebeidam. But the Rebbe said many times, when it comes to anash, it's karmoi shali. It's my own kerem. These are my kinderlach. Do we understand the Rachmana litzlan dagmas nefesh? And conversely, the nachas ruach, when a Lubavitcher boy, a Lubavitcher bacher stays on the path, connects, finds a way, finds a teacher who helps him find his own niche, if he's not run of the mill, and to continue each one, as said before, that we're not all raised the same way. This is shlichus. This is the real thing. It's thankless, maybe it's not as celebrated, but this is the real thing. And the Rebbe said years ago that the minute you walk out of the cheder, Gan Eden Elyon, over the Askufa, it's already chutzah. Post Gimel Tammuz, we see it Borur. And I want to quote the famous Chazal called Malamid Ben Amoritz Teda, as the Eibishter, someone who reaches out and teaches Teda to someone who needs it, and someone who may otherwise be confused, which is the case today, not just in Timbuktu, but it's the case today in the Frumavelt and in our own world as well. Says Chazal that the Eibishter listens to all his requests. The language is based on a pasuk. If someone does something like this to the Eibishter and brings these kinderlach into the direction of Yiddishkeit, who may otherwise be lost, the Eibishter listens to his voice. So I want to say to all of the Teimchim, tonight, and the big gifts that were announced, and the gifts that are still coming on, unwünschen, and also those was feeding on, you should know you're mechanech, the Yodesh HaMelech, the Rebbe's soldaten, and the Rebbe's children. And you should know that when you're giving small, you're giving big, it's worth every penny. And the wünschen on, all of us together in the koyach of this Fabrengen, kepitiye, that the Eibishter should bench each one of the Teimchim, mit gesund, mit nachas, mit parnasse, mit shduchim von Kinder, everything that they need, b'teva nidava nigla, in return for all the brachas and everything they're doing for Oholei Torah. I want to just conclude. It's Babus. The famous story or legend, I'm not sure, that it was Chanukah time, Ahaltach Yetz Yemei Chanukah. So a couple of Oholei Torah Bachrim were going on Mivtzayim, talking before Oholei Torah Chai. And the embassy, literal Oholei Torah Bachrim straight from the bench. And they knocked on a house. In Park Slope, as they get the Maisa. The lady opens up, she sees two Yeshiva Bachrim over there. The tzitz is hanging out, and they're holding Menedis. She says, yes, how can I help you? And they're holding Chanukah Menedis, and the boy says to the lady, we are here, and we plan to eliminate the whole world, and we're starting with your house. I want to say that every joke is truth. Oholei Torah Bachrim here in Bechol Katzvei Tevel going to eliminate the world, Miloshin Helen Vehester. Remove the darkness of the Golus. It's extraordinary what's happening here tonight. It's extraordinary what's being done by the Mechanchim, by the Vad, by the leadership, the Achtos of this Vad. I mean, the different levels, different generations. It's extraordinary. We're going to eliminate the world, Miloshin Helen Vehester. I don't bring them Reben Dola Mata. Arish Leppen from Golus. Meherev Yameinu Mamish now. Yasher Koyach, Reb Shalom Moshe. I was just told as I walked up, first of all, we're extending the campaign for another half hour, but also, right now, we're 93% there. We have raised $5,633,000, okay? We're almost there, but now the money that's coming in is not being matched. The matching money already has been fulfilled. So every dollar is a dollar that counts for itself. Mishpachas Chabad who are watching out there, and those who don't consider themselves Yad Chabad, donate now. I'm telling you, this is the greatest ROI, the greatest return on investment that you can do. I want to take a moment to, first of all, to note an exciting new initiative. Reb Lazer Teitelbaum, the son of Reb Michal Teitelbaum, the co-founder of Oholei Torah, when the Rebbe asked for it, he stood and took the reins immediately. So Reb Lazer served on the board of Oholei Torah until his passing just over a year ago. And we are excited to announce that there's a beautiful library going upstairs tonight named after Reb Lazer. I also want to take a moment now to thank some very special donors who gave extraordinarily generous to this campaign. A massive thank you to David and Chani Yunik, to Rev Yitzchak and Batsheva Popak, to my dear friend Aaron and his wife Shani Pinson, Reb Yerachmiel and Rivka Leah Jacobson, Reb Mendy and Sima Gansberg, and also a dear friend of ours, a classmate of ours, Rev Yosef and Chanamalka Garwitz. Thank you so much. And a massive, massive thank you to our anonymous donors who do not want their names mentioned tonight. Rabbi Isai, we're almost there. We're bringing him back to the stage, the talented child. This kid is rocking it tonight. Let's give it up for Yidel Traeger.
Kodesh B'Hashem Vayikir. Im Be'irem Asu'ayla, Ma'toiru Ma'asid Toivim, V'chol Meleches Avodas Avoirai. Im Be'irem Asu'ayla,
תנצל מן הכעס, תנהיג תמיד לדבר כל דבריך בנחת, בכל אדם ובכל עץ, ובזה תנצל מן הכעס, שהיא מדורו, שהיא מדורו, לאחתי, לאחתי, בני הודום. שהיא מדורו, לאחתי, לאחתי, בני הודום. וכאשר נתרוצר, נתרוצר, תצליח, למען תצליח, למען תצליח בכל דרוב ובוכך. אוי 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 ותזכה לעולם הבא, אוי 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 ותזכה לעולם הבא, עולם הבא, למען תצליח, למען תצליח בכל דרוב. Oy 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 ve tizken liyoy lam abu. Liyoy Lamam I want to invite back my dear friend and also a good singer. Benny Friedman, please join me.
Show
Yisimchu Elokim Kefrayim Chim Menashe
La 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 la. Yisimchu Elokim Kefrayim Chim Menashe.
La 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 la. Ayivorech Echov Hashem Yishmelev Lecho Yomei Hashem Oholei Lecho V'yichnunecho Oy Yisrael Hashem Oholei Lecho V'yehosei Hilecho Shalom
Hashem v'yishmerecho Yoin Hashem bono v'elecho v'yichunecho Yisrael Hashem bono v'elecho v'yosei
Tonight's honorees, Harav Yitzchak and Rebbetzin Shendel Reitport, are proud and staunch supporters of Oholei Torah for many years. Harav Reitport is known worldwide as a Mechaber Sfarim with over 37 printed to date on the Rambam, Halacha, and a wide variety of important day-to-day subjects, including Tefillah, Kriyas HaTorah, and his newest Sefer on Nida and Tahara. As Rabbi Reitport had the schus to receive special attention and directives from the Rebbe, going back to when Rabbi Reitport was learning in 770, Rabbi Reitport never left the Daled Amis of Torah all these years. Limud HaTorah is of the utmost importance to the Reitports, and are therefore very proud of their ongoing support of Oholei Torah, and have taken great interests in all aspects of the Mesid, the Gashmias, and even more so the Ruchnias. Harav Reitport has said many times that the greatest achievement is for Torah to be learned with a deep understanding, and that a Bacher should have everything provided so he can concentrate fully on being a Ben Torah, which will give him a solid foundation upon which to build his shlichus as he goes on in life to raise a family and becomes a true Yiras Shamayim and a Lamdin. Oholei Torah proudly carries the Reitport name in many dedications, and the shiurim that Harav Reitport gives in the Yeshiva is a testimony to their support and loyalty that has made the Reitport name synonymous with Oholei Torah. Tonight we recognize their contributions and wish Rabbi and Rebbetzin Reitport long and healthy years filled with many simchas and nachas for them and for Klal Yisrael.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly 95% there. $5,644,000. We're almost there. My friends, we have a tad over 1,400 people that are logged in right now across the platforms. If everyone commits to one brick of $360 paid in one shot or over 10 months, we will surpass the goal and bring in an additional $500,000. Let's do this together. Let's take a minute and to commit at least one brick. There are some people I'm going to thank now, and I did not, but Dafka, I'm not going to wait till the end. I want to thank them right now because they deserve a massive, massive hakaras hatov. First of all, the platform that we're using, a massive, massive Yasher Koyach Teresathon, and its platform. It started out with the Atzalathon, and they quickly used this platform to bring it to Moistis, to Shluchim, to institutions around the world to use to raise money in a Bakovidic way, in a way which saves the Moistis the most money. I want to give a massive thank you to the team of Rezathon, Shalom Lobenstein, Zevi Kugel, Mandy Levkovker, and Yochi Karmi. Thank you so much. And what an amazing job you guys are doing. And a massive thank you to the production team tonight. Shneir Najjar and his entire team. Outstanding. A huge Yasher Koyach to Yisrael Levertov, who runs the YKP camp and is doing so much for tonight. Rabbi Sai, do you understand how much goes into Oholei Torah? How many arms, how many branches there are of Oholei Torah? There's the kindergarten, the preschool. You got the entire elementary school. You have the Mechina 8th grade. You have the Mesivta. You have the Zal, Shir Daled. It's unbelievable. 2,000 children today are learning. And that's on top of the backs of the tens of thousands that have went through this institution in the last 60 years. These numbers are staggering. The last thank you, well, it's not the last thank you, but in this thank you, Achrein Chaviv. Ladies and gentlemen, this all would not happen. Oholei Torah would not be where it is today if not for an individual, a classmate of ours. If I say powerhouse, that doesn't adequately describe who Yossi Langzam is. He is Superman, Yossi! So the Eibishter mentioned there, with everything good, Hako, Bako, Miko, Kol, you are an inspiration to all of us, and Yossi Langzam, unreal. Our next speaker, as we are coming close to the end of this evening, as I said, there are so many branches of Oholei Torah. One of them is 5th, 6th, and 7th grade. So you would think it's a couple dozen kids. There's 380 Talmidim just in those grades. That's the size of most of some of the larger schools in larger cities. And Rabbi Yeshua Lustig is responsible for the chinuch of all of them. I watched him grow, this young man, but it's no surprise to me who Shua Lustig is and the dedication that he puts in. Because anybody who has seen, who knows anything about Oholei Torah knows his father, Rabbi Herschel Lustig, who I watched. Well, after I got married, I was a para for 2 years in Oholei Torah. I took care of a child, and I watched Rabbi Lustig Sr., his unbelievable dedication, warmth, passion to each and every Talmud. And he's doing this for 46 years straight. So, like we say, you're a chip off the old block. The apple doesn't far from the tree, and I already said too many l'chaims to give any more idioms, but let's give it up for Rabbi Lustig Jr.
Dear parents, friends, supporters of Oholei Torah, mechanchim. If you don't mind, I'll take this off. You know, when I was in Oholei Torah Zal, once Rabbi Yisrael was called up to speak, and the mic wasn't at his height. So Rabbi Pekarsky came over to him and whispered something to him. So Rabbi Yisrael grabbed the mic off, like I just did, and he said, Rabbi Pekarsky hat gesagt, as man soll reden zu der Sach. So I will try. Welcome to this beautiful Malava Malko as it's ending. Thank you, Maishi, for an incredible job this evening and for that beautiful introduction. I know you have a flight at 6:30, and you run a Chabad house in downtown Los Angeles, where I went on Mivtzoyim for 2 years. Safe trip back, and atzlacha on your Chanukah party tomorrow night in Los Angeles. There's a favorite Dvar Torah that I have related to Chanukah, which is so appropriate to share tonight, and I will share it quickly, and Shlomi touched upon it. Why did we need the miracle that this one jug of oil shall last for 8 nights? There was no need for an extra miracle. The rule is, the halacha is, tumat choyu b'tzibur. If it's for a tzibur, you could use something that's tameh. There was absolutely no need for this one jug of oil to burn 8 nights. And that is the famous question of the Pnei Yeshua, to which he answers that the Eibishter made the miracle, Aharos chibason shal Yisrael, to show how much love the Eibishter has for the Yidden. But Rabbi Yosef Engel, in his Sefer Gilyoni HaShas, explains, no. This nest was absolutely needed. And I want to quote, I will read. He says, Nira, Dichivan shehaya oz Chanukas HaBayis, ki demuchach mima shekayrim es karbonis and asiyim b'Chanukah. Listen to these words. V'hi haschala v'roish l'chal haba acharav l'chein hutzrach sheyiyeh b'tahara gemura v'loi b'dechias tahara. Rabbi Yosef Engel explains that when it came to Chanukah, it was a chinuch of the Beis HaMikdash. They were rededicating, re-inaugurating the Beis HaMikdash. They couldn't use the heter of Tumat Choy B'tzibur. They couldn't do anything b'di'eved. It was hutzrach, that when you start something off, and it's a haschala v'roish, l'chol haba acharav, it's mamish important that it's done b'tahara gemura. You must do it 100%, all the way, without any exceptions, without any tricks. You have to do it right. So therefore, this nest was absolutely needed. The Chanukah, when they were mechanech the Mizbeach, mechanech the Beis HaMikdash from new after the Yevanim destroyed it, they needed to have this nest, dafka, to use Shem and Zayazach. And this mamish brings out what Oholei Torah is all about. This is what the Rebbe wanted, to establish a Motzei Chinuch al Taras HaKodesh. And the Rebbe wanted, we're in a building campaign, the Rebbe wanted that when we're building the foundation of young Talmidim, of young children coming into Yeshiva, the Rebbe wanted that it should be, that because it's a haschala v'roish, this is who they're going to be for the rest of their life, l'chol haba acharav. The Rebbe wanted that it should be betara gemura. And the Rebbe wanted that it should be a motzei chinuch al taras hakodesh. No exceptions, no b'di'eveds, no tumat chuyu hutra b'tzibur. The Rebbe wanted real, authentic chinuch for young Talmidim who are so impressionable, and this will impact them for the rest of their life. Standing here tonight, I am so proud to go and walk to Oholei Torah every day and serve there as one of the mechanchim, along with 300, close to 300 fellow colleagues who go to Oholei Torah, who are ibergegeben and devoted, who share this mission, and who are doing an amazing job at it to provide uncompromised, uninterrupted, pure Chassidish chinuch imbued with Midas Toives, Yerushalayim, Avos HaTorah, and Chassidishkeit, and we have many, many thousands of Talmidim to be proud of. I was given the impossible task tonight. Officially, the title of my speech is to give you an update from what's happening in Yeshiva. I was also given the impossible task because I was put at the end of the program, and they told me to make it in 5 minutes. 5 minutes will not allow me to tell you what's really happening in Oholei Torah, but I will try. I will try. Let me start by saying as follows. What's the difference between running a business and running a moisid? I think we have some businessmen here. What's the difference between running a business and running a moisid? The answer is the bottom line. What is the bottom line? When you run a business, the bottom line is clear. The bottom line is profits. You're in the business to make money. It's that simple. Everything that you're going to do, every decision made in that boardroom, every decision made by every employee down the chain of command is for one bottom line. We're here. It's a for-profit organization. We're here to make money. A moisid has a different bottom line. A moisid's bottom line is its mission. A moisid's bottom line is to accomplish its goal of why this moisid exists. So let me ask you, would you invest in a business that the CEO only sells furniture that he likes, that he would only put in his own house, or that the CEO only sells books that he likes, that he would only put in his own house? Not at all. You want to invest in a business that the CEO is money-minded, he has the bottom line in mind the entire time. He'll sell any book, any piece of furniture, even if he thinks it's ugly, even if he would never in his own life buy that, he's going to sell it because he is mission-minded, and his mission is, his bottom line is to make a profit. It's a for-profit organization. And if you wanted to invest in a business, you sure would want to invest in a business that has such a CEO. And that's the culture of the company, focused on the mission, we're here to make money. A moisid's bottom line is very different. A moisid's bottom line is its mission. It's not about the money. Cheshbonis have to sometimes be put aside. Decisions have to be made. What is best for our Talmidim? What does this moisid need? How can we provide a better and more real and authentic and individualized chinuch to our Talmidim? Money questions aside, we'll worry about the money later. And that is the moisid of Oholei Torah. Similar to the mission that the Rebbe set out. Moisid of Oholei Torah is here to run mission-oriented as all the mechanchim come to yeshiva every single day, focused on the mission. I am very lucky to work in a maisid that the leadership of this maisid, the board of directors, Rabbi Mendel Blau, the Menal Klali, and Rabbi Yossi Langsam, the executive director, never take their eyes off the mission. Constantly, whenever I have conversations with any of them, there's always one thing in mind. Is this something that will make chinuch better? Is this something that will make this division better? Is this something that will make that division better? We'll worry about the money later. Let's do it for our Talmidim. In Oholei Torah, if the bottom line is in mind, and if we feel a certain move, if we make a certain move, it will impact our bottom line. We'll have better chinuch. We'll have happier Talmidim. Talmidim who are in a better state socially and emotionally, and their limud Torah. Oholei Torah says, let's do it. They get it done, and they worry about the money afterwards. And it's a pleasure. It's a real pleasure to work in such a maisid that is so focused on their bottom line. So now, to give you an update on the yeshiva, it's really impossible. Rabim heim v'i efshar lefartam. I can't go through every single upgrade and every single update that has happened in yeshiva in the past couple of years, literally just in the last 2-3 years. Unbelievable updates. But they all share the same thing, the same theme. They all have the same thing. Like Rabbi Yosef Engel said, we have a focus that because chinuch is roish v'risha and l'chal haba acharav, we're going to do it right, we're going to do it all the way, and we're going to do it over the top. And that theme is through every decision that was made, all the way from the board of directors through the chain of command, and most importantly, to the mechanchim who are there in the classroom every single day teaching our precious kindlech. Let me start with 667 Eastern Parkway. I'll start with the division that I'm lucky to work in, along with 22 most amazing, dedicated mechanchim in Oholei Torah grades 5, 6, and 7. Our division keeps on growing. Every year, we went from 15 classes to 16 classes, 17 classes. So obviously, every year we have a new class. There will be a new teacher in the classroom. The time has come where I went to the leadership of Oholei Torah, and I said, it's time that we increase the leadership of our division. I was fortunate to work alongside Rabbi Yoni Lefkowitz, the most dedicated vice principal in Oholei Torah grades 5, 6, 7. We have 382 Talmidim under our care. And we went to the leadership, we said we could use another hand. They said, if that's what you need, you have it. And thank Baruch Hashem, we were Zaycha, the Rabbi Yossi Evers has joined us in the leadership of grades 5, 6, 7. I told Yossi Langsam, Rabbi Mendel Blau, we could use, just for Oholei Torah grades 5, 6, 7, a dedicated person to be there for the social and emotional well-being of our Talmidim. They said, you have it. And we were Zaycha, and we hired Rabbi Mendel Kleinman. We have a resource room already, staffed by Rabbi Mendel Polter. I said we could use another resource room. There's so many Talmidim who need that individual attention. They said, you have it. And this year, I hired Rabbi Avram Deitch. I hope you realize what's happening here. If you want to sit in a boardroom and make a cheshbon what the cost is per student, the cost per student in Oholei Torah grades 5, 6, 7 just increased tremendously. 3 individuals were hired just this year, just for building, not for building physical buildings, which is important, for building quality chinuch. We hired Rabbi Yossi Evers as a vice principal, Mendel Kleinman dedicated to the social and emotional well-being of all our Talmidim, Avram Deitch, and this is an addition, and I wish I could mention everyone's name. But this is in addition to the 22 mechanchim and all the support staff who have been there all the years in this division. And that's truly amazing. And it's a pleasure to work in such a yeshiva that the bottom line is what matters and the bottom line is our focus. And I must add that Oholei Torah is celebrating an anniversary, and we are lucky that's not only for the division of grades 5, 6, 7, but it's surely impacted our division and all divisions that Oholei Torah saw the need and brought in Rabbi Mendel Blau to serve as the Menal Klali of Oholei Torah. What Rabbi Mendel Blau has accomplished in year 1 is a story that I can't share in the 5 minutes that I was given to speak here tonight, and I will probably go over time. Now, as you know, 8th grade moved out of our building. Now, what that allowed us to do, people don't realize, that allowed us to rethink the entire 667 campus, and we were able to shuffle and reshuffle so many things. Until now, as we had to add classes, we kept on adding one classroom here, one classroom there. We figured out we're experts at taking down walls, putting up walls, creating doors, closets, rooms, offices, and that's what happened. But when you do that, it's not always ideal. This summer, we had a unique opportunity. 8th grade moved out of the building, and it allowed us to reshuffle the 667 campus. Let me share with you a little bit of what happened in 667. First of all, every grade got its own wing. 7th grade has its own wing now. 6th grade has its own wing. 5th grade has its own wing. Grades 3, 4, they were never on the same floor. They were always on multiple floors, ground level, 1st floor, 4th floor. Now the grade 3, 4 division led by Rabbi Mendel Barber are all on the same floor. We were able to create a wellness center because we moved some classrooms downstairs led by Rabbi Yankee Raskin. We have dedicated therapists and social workers and people who care about the well-being of every single Talmud. They have a beautiful, secluded wellness center where Talmudim are comfortable to go and speak to whoever it may be, the wonderful staff that work there. So we have a wellness center. Every division has its own wing. Every grade has its own wing. We built a new basketball court just 2 years ago in front of the new dormitories. We renovated the gym. There was raises for the staff. There was more staff brought in, like I mentioned before. Oholei Torah makes sure to always have a trained, professional, caring EMT on staff. We expanded our reading and lending library. And so many, and this is just part of it, so many amazing things have been taking place at 667 Eastern Parkway campus. Just because 8th grade was able to move out, we had an opportunity to rethink the campus and quality chinuch. We're building Talmidim and building chinuch, and it's happening in a much better way than ever before. Now, how could I not mention, part of 667, you would never know if you're in the elementary part. 667 is also the host to our Zal. By 8th grade moving out and us reshuffling our classrooms, we were able to give a sliver of the 4th floor to the Zal where they could put their bathrooms and offices and copy room and teacher's room and staff lounge and all those important rooms. We were able to give them a sliver in our elementary department, give it to them by 8th grade leaving, and then the Zal was able to expand to take in an additional 90 Bachrim. I think that's underappreciated. This past summer, there were people writing op-eds, people writing comments online. There's a crisis in Lubavitch. There's not enough yeshivas. People are making committees. They're pressuring yeshivas. They're putting this one down, that one down. There's one Maisa that I know that did something about it. And first of all, it came from the Menahalim. The Menahalim of the Zal, they had enough people on their plate. They have enough of a job on their plate. But they went to the board of directors. They went to Yossi Langsam. They went to Rabbi Blau. And they said, we want more room for our Zal. We're turning away too many Bachrim. And a vision was envisioned. And a plan was made. And they figured out how by moving 8th grade out and giving them all this part of elementary that we were able to afford to give away, an additional 90 Bachrim were accepted to Zal. Imagine you saw an article online on some Chabad website that said, we're here to answer the crisis of Bachrim and Zal who don't have where to go. And some yeshiva in some state in Nebraska, some shliach figured out, and he opened a Zal for 21 Bachrim, and he would be a hero, and he would be saluted. Oholei Torah took in 90 Bachrim overnight, the middle of the summer. Bachrim are brought in with there's a dorm room. There's the dorm had to, and that's because of the last campaign. People who donated to the Breitkeit campaign a few years ago, we were able to buy a second dormitory. So now we were able to take a 90 Bachrim just like that. Nobody could do that. Only Oholei Torah could do that. 90 additional Bachrim. I know I don't work in Zal. I work in grades 5, 6, 7, but I'm proud to work in Oholei Torah when I know that our yeshiva cares for every single Talmud. And that's the bottom line, and that's the mission. 90 additional Bachrim have a yeshiva to go to. Of course, there were more mashpiyim hired, more Rosh Yeshiva hired, more dorm space hired, created. And that's truly unbelievable. And this is all just at 667 Eastern Parkway. And do people even know that our Zal has 3 divisions? There's a Shir Aleph Beis led by Rabbi Nasi Deitch, Shir Daled by Rabbi Chani Leshes, a Shir Hey for Bachrim who want to stay and learn an extra year by Rabbi Avram Chaim Stern. There's amazing things happening at our 667 campus. And while talking about the Zal, I must mention, this past summer, I was heading to a chinuch conference in the Poconos in Pennsylvania. And of course, Oholei Torah bought a brand new camp. And like Oholei Torah does everything over the top, renovated this brand new camp in the Poconos. So I called the camp director, Rabbi Yisrael Levertov. I said, I'll be passing by, literally. Could I come visit the camp? And Rabbi Levertov said, sure. I said, what time is Shachris in camp? And I think it was 8 o'clock in the morning. So I said, okay, I'll leave early. I was in the Catskills. I'll leave early in the morning. I want to daven Shachris there and tour the camp. And I ended up in the camp, and I know that in the camp there's an 8th grade division. No 8th graders have to worry ever again about where they're going to be for the summer. There's a Mesivta division, which is also amazing, and nobody has to worry and talk about the summer from Chanukas on. They could focus on learning. And I heard that a new Zal program opened. I get there 8 o'clock in the morning, and the head staff told me, listen, they installed an amazing air conditioning system in this brand new 8th grade Zal. But the electricity that the campground had does not yet, can't hack it. And the electricians are coming actually today. This is the first week of camp. The electricians are coming today to provide a new line of electricity that the air conditioning in the 8th grade Zal should work. But we suggest that you don't daven with the 8th grade, because that's where I went. Those are my most recent Talmidim. We suggest you go daven with the Zal's Zal, and over there you'll have air conditioning. You'll have a much more comfortable davening. And I went to daven with this new Zal program, a new summer program. I never saw anything like that in my life, and I'm not exaggerating. When I was in Zal, I was friends with many Hasidic Bachurim, Masmidim, who sat and learned. There was no such option. There was no such option. And here I saw 40-something Bachurim sitting and learning. It was one of the most serious davenings I ever participated in my life. Not a cell phone to be seen in sight, with amazing staff, with Rabbi Fischel Aster, Rabbi Lippman Heller, and whoever else was there. And it was truly remarkable. And the Mesivta program, and the 8th grade program. And as I'm getting my tour, Rabbi Yisrael Levertov shows me a new division that I didn't know existed. There were a couple of Bachrim in Shir Gimel Mesivta who couldn't be part of any mainstream camp. 8 Bachrim. There was no money cheshbon made over here. 8 Bachrim. They hired a staff member that those 8 Bachrim should not be on the streets or not have where to go for the summer. And they created a new division just for 8 individual Oholei Torah Talmidim who needed a special program just for themselves. Now, like I mentioned, Oholei Torah 8th grade moved out of the building. I'm not going to elaborate. Speak to any teacher, menahalim, parents, or students of the new 8th grade Mechina division in Troy, the newly renovated division. What they're sharing is unbelievable. And the Mesivta, where we stand tonight, which allowed this whole chain of events to happen. I was fortunate to come visit this Mesivta a couple of times in action. First of all, I learned that the Mesivta has 2 Zals, 2 divisions. Shir Aleph has its own division with its own Skamanal, Rabbi Eliaster. Shir Beis Gimel has its own Zal with its own Skamanal, Rabbi Zami Laufer, all led by Rabbi Silman. And nothing in this building was done by the Eved. No Tumot Choya B'tzibur, no Tumohotra B'tzibur. And there was a choice. I remember those conversations in the summer. There was a choice. Maybe let's get Yeshiva started in Elul. The building won't be perfect. And the decision was no, no, no. This is the beginning. This is a new building. We're going to do it all the way. They rented another building down Remsen for who knows how much money, for a lot of money, for the month of Elul. Just that this building that they only gained access to on July 1st should be renovated, l'shem, l'siferes, and the Talmidim should come here and spend the entire day here from morning to night with a lounge and a library and zals and a canteen and a Mirza Shema mikveh and beautiful, beautiful, beautiful conditions over here. So allow me to share one last point. They're telling me I got to stop. I told you I would go over 5 minutes. Why is this campaign of Oholei Torah tonight, building OT, why is this campaign different than every other campaign? I've seen so many fundraising campaigns in the past. All of the fundraising campaigns have all the slogans, fuel the growth, let's build the future, let's expand. But all of them are dreams that you hope will come true. They show you we have a closing date, we have a property that we're hoping to go on contract to, a property that we're in contract, we need money for the down payment. This is a rendering, this is a blueprint, it's dreams. I'm standing right now, right here tonight, all of us are standing in a dream come true. Oholei Torah 555 Remsen exists, it's happening, it's up and running. If the Eibishter gave you the means and you're able to donate $54,000 to dedicate a classroom, perhaps a payment plan over 3 years, which is, I think, $1,500 a month. This is the place to give it. It's not a maybe. We might close. Our lawyer told us we might get it. We might get the variance. We might get the update. This place is up and running because Oholei Torah went ahead and opened it. Now they're worrying about the money. And money is a worry. So I am honored to work here with this mission in Oholei Torah, focused on the bottom line. And whoever is able to help out with the bottom line, Tava Yelecha Bracha, the schus is yours. A good tevach and a freilich in Chanukah.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Lustig. Unbelievable. The mind cannot fathom how much Oholei Torah has to offer. 2 more branches I just thought of. Reb Michal's minion does such a fantastic job every Shabbos. And Gam Menachem Day Camp, those Kinderlach, the hundreds of kids with their orange t-shirts, unbelievable. Bloomis has another announcement, which is going to put a smile on your face. And then we bring back our singers and we call it a night.
I just want to mention one of tonight's pillars is Rav Reitport, Rav Yitzchak and Rebbetzin Shendel Reitport. I just got off the phone with them and they've been watching this beautiful evening and they announced, in addition to everything they're helping, they're adding another $18,000 to their pledge. Weberster soll euch benchen mit Gesund und Naches und Simches für die ganze Mishpoche und soll seiner Yeshua v'Hatzolah für Klal Yisrael. Thank you very much.
Amen. A massive thank you to the production team. Again, Shimon Sable, unbelievable job. Thank you, production. Thank you. And last but not least, as Levi and as Benny and as Ellie get up here, singing their hearts out, Shimmy Levy, unbelievable job. You and your band. Without music, there is no night, so thank you so much. Oh, I'm out.
Neidoi salolu di dozi keli Sheyonu madlikin di eilige ner Alla nisim of the wonders von Amor Sheyosiso laviseinu tzunai fobol Yisro Neidoi salolu di dozi keli Sheyonu madlikin di eilige ner Alla nisim of the wonders von Amor She'osiso laviseinu zu dein Vogel Yisro Brenn, Licht ala brenn, brenn Wie weit ihr kennt Weil Feier ist heilig und Eier über die ganze Welt brenn, Licht alach brenn, we brenn, wie weit ihr kennt, weil Feier ist heilig und Eier über die ganze Welt.
Freilich, die du noch sein, alle nicht betreuen und spielen mir. Heiße Fische lang, essen mir. Kindskinder, Geschwister, Hanike, Lichterlich und Sinden. Singt Salanissim in Dank zu der Ries, lass mir alle singen zusammen. Singt Salanissim in Dank zu der Ries, lass mir alle tanzen zusammen. Singt Salanissim mit Dank zu den Nissen, lass mir alle tanzen zusammen. Singt Salanissim mit Dank zu den Nissen, lass mir alle tanzen zusammen.
Yazai bim khashmanim Yvor zu khoymes migdolay Betimu kol khashmanim Yevin isakan kanim Inaseris mashoy shani Bnei vino yemei shboino Kol bushir bindoni Oh, mino isarkan
Kani Natsin is la shoishani Shoishani B'nei Evi no yimei Shemoi no kabushi Urnoni Ay 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 Allah nisim
Allah purpa the Allah puros the Allah chuan the Allah mit khamoin shpas so la bishaydo Miami boy bas manase Allah nisim Allah purpa Allah puros the Allah chuan the Allah mit khamoin shpas so la bishaydo Miami boy bas manase
Allah nisim the Allah purpa
the Allah puros the Allah chuan the Allah mit khamoin shpas so la bishaydo Miami boy bas manase
Yalla nisim v'yalla purkon v'yalla guruis v'yalla tshuvois v'yalla niflois she'os tisola v'sein v'ayom yohei b'zman hazeh
Allah nisim v'yalla purkon v'yalla guruis v'yalla tshuvois v'yalla milchomois she'os tisola v'sein v'ayom yohei b'zman hazeh Allah nisim v'yalla purkon v'yalla guruis v'yalla tshuvois v'yalla milchomois she'os tisola v'sein v'ayom yohei b'zman hazeh
Leoi dois la hallel Leoi dois la hallel L'shimcho agodoi Leoi dois la hallel Leoi dois la hallel L'shimcho agodoi
Al nisecho v'yal nifleisecho v'yal yeshuvoisecho Al nisecho v'yal nifleisecho v'yal yeshuvoisecho
Ay 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 Disecho al nifleisecho v'yal yeshuvoisecho Al
Sul halel, leoi doi sul halel, l'shimcho agodoi. Leoi doi sul halel, leoi doi sul halel, l'shimcho agodoi. Leoi doi, leoi doi.
Oh yeah, Ami secho, Ami secho, V'yal Yeshua secho. Ami secho, V'yal secho, V'yal Yeshua secho.
Ay, lehoy desu lehalel, lehoy desu lehalel, l'shimcho agodoi. Lehoy desu lehalel, lehoy desu lehalel, l'shimcho agodoi. Ami secho, V'yal secho, V'yal Yeshua secho. Ami secho, V'yal secho, V'yal Yeshua secho.
Oh, lehoy desu lehalel, lehoy desu lehalel, l'shimcho agodoi. Lehoy desu lehalel, lehoy desu lehalel, l'shimcho agodoi. La ya ya.
Ami secho, V'yal secho, V'yal Yeshua secho. Ami secho, V'yal secho, V'yal Yeshua secho.
al nifleisecho v'yal yeshuvoisecho
V'yal yeshuvoisecho. Leoi doi sul halel, leoi doi sul halel, l'shimcho agodoi. Leoi doi sul halel, leoi doi sul halel, l'shimcho agodoi. Al nisecho v'yal nifleisecho v'yal yeshuvoisecho. Al nisecho v'yal nifleisecho v'yal yeshuvoisecho.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 95% there. This is a miracle, a ness. The biggest thank you, Eibishter, thank you, Bashefer, and a thank you to the Rebbe who's always with us, guiding us. The brachas coming l'mayla. Freilich and Chanukah, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you all who have donated, and if you haven't donated yet, there's still time. Yasher koyach, and a good night. Good tevach.